Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second day of Canalmas, the totally real annual holiday that we have been celebrating forever. We didn't just make it up yesterday, where the rules are definitely hard and set, and well, we're figuring it all out together. As always, Canalmas, much like Calvin Ball, is opened for your own personal interpretation. And if anybody has a great idea, we can always change the rules. I'm very excited. All holidays are made up at some point. It's true. It's true. I tell you what, right? You do it once, it's an event. You do it twice, you're like, okay, 3 times. That's when it becomes a tradition. So we'll see. We'll see how this holiday evolves, how the spirit of Canalmas touches each and every one of us, and where we go from there, you know? Only the best vibes here at Canalmas. Killer and Cray, what's up, friend? Thank you for the 17 months. Ink Slayer, thank you for gifting so many subs to Joe. Joe's entering the second month of 6D782. Thank you so much for using your Prime here. I appreciate it, everybody. I appreciate it. So yeah, let's return to our playthrough of Timberborn, that excellent Canal game. And how's everybody doing so far? Good morning, Devil Risen. What's up, Stiz? Good morning, Inkslayer, Artemis. Uno, Burn Up. Mischievous Catgeist, Duck Ace. What's up, Kilvin Cray? What's up, Alma? What's up, Shark Barrigator? Water Rat Time. That's right, Lucky. Pardon me. So one of the things that really threw me off, because I think a lot of people, myself included, confused the 12 days of Canalmas with an advent calendar, right? Something that counts down. But the 12 days of Christmas starts on Christmas and then counts up, which is very interesting. And I don't know why I didn't know that, but I didn't really know that. I just started learning it lately. On the second day of Canalmas, Inkslayer gave to chat, "Don't tell capitalism that it's a count up." What's wrong with a count up? I thought capitalism literally loves number go up. All right, welcome to the town of Canalmas. Wait, does it not show the name anywhere? Devastating. Inkslayer, thank you for 2 gift subs on this, the second day of Canalmas. All right, so our goal on this map is to eventually create a canal through here. And apparently this slip gate doesn't count. And I don't know how or what we're going to do to make the actual canal happen, but we'll make it work. Hey, Ghidorah, thank you so much for the 22 months, friend. Appreciate it, friend. The district center is just called District. Nowhere here does it say Canalmas, which is the name of this. No, the town is called Flowing Water or something. Raging Rivers. It just says District 1. Population. How are the beavers doing? I think they're chilling. So we're just ending a drought right now. You can tell because no water is flowing from here. But we're pretty solidly into the mid game right now. And one of the things that we're working towards, I'm going to unpause. One of the things that we're working towards is as soon as these trees start to grow a little bit, what we're going to do is we're going to chop all of this. What we're going to do is we're going to actually raise this. And we're going to flood this entire basin. Basin? We're going to flood the whole thing and raise it up. And you can see, in order to prep for that, we've actually raised our water pumps up a little bit. It's all looking very exciting. Ooh, actually, speaking of water pumps up a bit, let's let a little bit of water in through here, shall we? There you go. Just a little splash of water. because it was getting low. It's fine. The water's going to be back tomorrow. Time for wood infrastructure. We're getting there, you know? We're certainly getting there. So yeah. Our food is good. We just started making bread. And everyone seems to be pretty happy about that decision. And then what else? Oh, right. Our next goal, and maybe we could actually start working towards that a little bit sooner rather than later. Our next goal is actually going to be to start collecting some of this metal, which seems pretty cool and good. And if that's the case, then we can maybe develop a larger infrastructure of power here. Bread is delicious. It's true. Though I do wonder, do you think beavers do bread differently? Do you think there's like wood chips in it? Delicious wood chips, of course. Like not just any wood chip. That'd be gross. All right, what does it take to start collecting metal? First off, it takes 250 science. And then it takes a smelter. The drought has ended. How are the canals today? Oh, big chillin'. All right, let's wait for this all to start flowing again. Did I start making paper storage? I did. The fancy bread has wood chips, like little sprinkles on top. You take some birch bark just for a little bit of color. Yeah, just a sprinkle of it like a Salt Bay. Seasoned with cassia bark. That sounds very fancy. All right, so our plan is going to be to start harvesting metal, and not only harvesting metal, but producing such metal. And I think the best thing to do right now is actually to put in a third large windmill right there. And then I want to build up to here. And what is the actual footprint for metal smelting? Needs 200 power. One of these produces 120 power because we have 2 bakeries on it. That's fine. In times of need, people used to add sawdust to bread dough to bulk it up. Yeah. But what if they did it just for pleasure? What if it's not even times of need? What if beavers are just like, yo, that's sick. We could just add wood to this, please? Hello? All right, the other thing I want to do. The other thing that I want to do is I want to add. I think I want to bring power up to here. Maybe add some more windmills, and maybe it's time to add our first gravity battery. Oh, I need metal for that. Well, perfect. Step 1, metal. Because it turns out that power doesn't flow all of the time. Very devastating, if you ask me. Our little town of Canalmas, though, is looking amazing. I got big plans for today. I've got very big plans for today. So the plans are going to involve flooding this whole area, setting up some of the aquaculture crops around here, and then expanding in this area. And it might be time to make our first district up here if we really wanted to expand it. And it could be a district that's just responsible for growing trees. Just grow trees, grow food, and then send it all back, right? And to that end, it might be important to get maybe a couple more beavers going. I don't know. All right, first off though, let's change some decorations here. Let's go here and here, and then we can get rid of this one and this one. I want to put a better, cooler looking statue there. And we can put a roof there. And I might build up on top of here. So actually, hold on. No. more people could live there. We'll do that because I wanted slightly more people, and then let's put a roof on top of that. Yeah, that's cute. Right? And then once we unlock statues, we'll put them there, but I want to save our science for metal and metal related technology. All right, so anyways, now that we are producing more planks and more, not whatever the other thing is called, let's get building upstairs here. Wait, that looks perfect. I was about to say, is that dumb? You're like, no, it's not dumb. Well done. Well done, Serge. And then maybe we need to go right up the side here as well. Nope. Oh, there's the problem. There's your problem. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's not an off by one. We'll just simply remove those ones first. Oh God, that feels bad. What? All right, and now I need a storage yard. Maybe we could start getting some bad water at some point here. I need a storage yard for metal. For metal scrap. And this is a supplier. Now, let's let this all build. Let's start collecting some stuff. Let's not rush it too much. I've got 2 points of entry up into here. And then eventually we'll make the road straight when we get rid of this metal first. Do I have to mark metal for harvest? It's fine. So one of the things that we want to do is we want to, I don't want to say overgrow, but we want to ambitiously grow our beaver population so that eventually what we can do is start a secondary district and move over enough beavers that it doesn't cause a dramatic drop in productivity here. Phoenix, what's up, friend? Thank you so much for using your Prime. I really appreciate it. Good morning. Happy Canalmas to you. Not related to bread. But for those of you who enjoy is a strong word. For those of you who consume pre-ground coffee, like the Folger stuff, did you know that by law, it doesn't have to be 100% coffee? They'll fill it with stuff like chicory, and another thing they'll put in it, which not a huge fan of, is actually like sawdust and other junk. I thought you were going to mention consuming bread. No. We don't talk about bread here, Uno. All right, what's the problem? Oh, there's no staircase yet. All right, so check it out. Check it out. The scrap metal begins, my friends. All right. We're getting close to the grand project here. Oh yeah, by the way, the only way I can think to actually build this is to go forward too, because I don't want to lose all this water, right? Wait, do I need that? Why do I think I need that? Oh, I need that because I'm going to have to wall up there. I finally found a new apartment. We'll be moving in at the beginning of February. Congratulations. I hope your move is as unstressful as possible. I personally hate moving, having just done it a lot recently. Yeah. Moving, not even once. All right, another thing that I'm going to have to do. Oh, right, I guess I can start planning for this right now, eh? Because if I flood this, I mean, I guess I'm going to want to get the district up and running first, and then we'll flood it. Do you have bad water plans? I mean, somebody suggested it'd be really cool if we just built out whatever this is and ran it right off the edge of the map. And honestly, when you put it that way, that sounds kind of cool as heck, right? I probably have the resources to do that right now, don't I? Natural overhang 4x1. These all take metal, though. We're definitely not at metal. Moving is the worst, and I barely did any yesterday. Are you also moving currently, Uno? New to me, if true. Anyways, let's open up this smelter as well. Now, what is the size of the smelter? The smelter's actually got a pretty tiny footprint. So I could, in theory, put 2 of them right here. Can I put 3? No. Have we had our first bad water flood? We did, yes. And our slipway worked perfectly. Oh no, you're just sick. Different kind of moving. I got you. I got you, bud. Sorry to hear that. Would you look at that? 29 scrap metal. Now, one of these requires 200 power. One of these, 99. All right, it's not going great for us, but I do need to get this metal cooking before. Okay, that's a problem. Trying to think if there's a clever space that I could put it that isn't just right here. And I think it might just be right here. I don't know. It's a little bit weird to me. Go with me on this journey. Is it weird to you if... Is it weird to you if your bakery is directly beside your metal smeltery? I, for one, I don't think those should mix. I think those are 2 streams that shouldn't cross, you know? Call me old-fashioned. I just don't want my bread tasting like a smeltery. And I also don't want my smeltery tasting like bread, you know? I'm so old-fashioned. I get that a lot. A little iron for the taste of my bread. Okay. All right. So here's the plan. Do you want to put them up by the scrap stockpile? Yeah, I can actually build out a little bit of foundation here. And then that actually works pretty well. So, DM, I do that. So the plan is going to be actually to build out this platform, and then I'm going to start doing the gravity battery, but I can't build a gravity battery until I start smelting metal. You see? It's all cyclical. Oh, I should probably build the path out. There we go. You okay, Jojo? Joe's like, I made you tea and it's just been sitting in the kitchen for 20 minutes. My love. My love. Hi, buddy. Still warm. You did a great job. There's a little floaty in it too, yeah? Okay, she's gonna get a spoon and save us. You love the tiny little beaver hammers? I would like to once again say the only disappointment I have in this entire game, and this is a very minor critique, is that the beavers don't make the paths by slapping it with their tails. That's it. That's it. Only critique. 9.9 out of 10 game. Good morning, Lirazel. Good to see you, friend. Hope you are well. This is not a great sign. The my power is never moving is not a great sign. It'd actually be really cool if I could somehow connect all of my power into each other, but that seems perhaps a little bit ambitious for now. I don't want to... I want to keep a nice, healthy wood stockpile, right? Yeah, it turns out wind doesn't run all the time, which I think is A, illegal, and B, very rude. Pretty... ambitious but doable? Thank you. All right, so that platform is done. So the next plan I have is I want to take the power and I want to run it. I want to run it to here. Because my plan is with the metal smeltery. Well, let's start with one. Oh, buckets. It's bigger than I thought. Oh, buckets. Well, that's fine. No. It's fine because I can run quasi-connectivity through it, right? Frustrating. Frustrating. That's correct, just like you planned. Well, originally I planned to have, I like having a visible like power structure going along the back. So originally I thought the building was only 3 wide. I could make this out further to show the power, but I don't need to do that. And so maybe I won't. All right. I mean, I have room for 3 smelters here. If I scooch it over one more, then I have a very difficult time actually seeing how and where the power goes in. Am I sure they're not actually using their tail on the road when I look away? That's fair. They could be. They could be hiding it from me, those tricksy little beavers. What do you like better, chat? Do you like it better here? With the power coming up and connecting into it, like right here? Or do you like it over one? In which case we'd have to find a clever way to route power to it. I don't know how we do that. Actually, power could come underneath and then do like a U connection into the back. That sounds kind of cool. That actually sounds kind of cool. Right? Power would come and snake and then up and into the back of it. Ooh. I don't mind that. Anyways, what do you think? Plan A or plan B? A is here, B is here. B is nice because I feel like it uses the space a little bit more efficiently. I think Slayer likes B. Yeah. I can see an argument for A though. A is a little bit cleaner if you care about like cable management. B is cleaner if you like your buildings like in the corners of your roads. Did they fix the windmills? You just need batteries. Like, these are producing 250 right now. All right, let's do power first then. Hey, Major Frostbite. What's up, friend? Thank you very, very much for using your Prime here. I wonder if this all just works the way I want it to. Well, it's nighttime, so that doesn't help. Is the power a function of elevation or just static? No one has shown me any proof that elevation matters at all. It is not static. It is constantly variable. That's the big thing. It is a variable water source. I mean, much in the same way that the water wheel is variable. You know, if you have flowing water, it works. If you don't, it goes away. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a bunch of batteries to hopefully smooth that whole process out. But to make batteries, we need to start smelting. And so we need to make that first. I'm not sure you can, wait, I'm not sure, but you, can you pull the power up directly into the building? I don't think I can build the building. If you're thinking of like removing that and having the power go straight up, I don't think you can build on not a solid block. Is the assumption that I'm making. On my phone, typing is hard. Yeah. Reservoirs are basically giant batteries of power. I have heard that this is there's a very real technology that's happening now. So you have dams, right? Like very, very real dams exist right now. Right? And then the way that hydro dams work is the water comes through and they basically just turn a turbine. And like that's basically how dams work. They crank the turbine and that produces power. So one of the things that they're starting to do right now is during the day, they have solar panels. They have solar panels up top. Let's use a different color for that. They have solar panels up top. And then when the solar panels are being powered, what they do is they use pumps and they take the water from down here and they refill the reservoir. And then at night, when that goes off, they just have the dam producing the majority of the power. They've been talking about that for a while, but pumping water back into the dam is inefficient. From what I've heard, this is something that they've been doing increasingly. I don't know the exact thing, yeah. There's a different type that also uses compressed air. Like, as they've been looking for various clean alternatives of power outside of, you know, burning fossil fuels and stuff, that this is something that they've been walking. Yeah, it's called water battery. Thank you. This is something they've been thinking about as just like, okay, how do we reuse something with minimal external input, right? Which is a fascinating idea. And apparently you can do something similar in this game too, like later on. You can store water so that you're not as seasonally dependent on water wheels. You can store water and like pump it and just keep like a constant flow going. And then use sort of like smart water to keep the system at a certain level. I think you need a second layer of, what are these called? Dams? That's a platform. There's also real versions of physical batteries in this game as well. Sort of like the gravity battery. That one I don't know how it works. Gravity batteries, how do they even work? All right, so this is, speaking of how does it work, this is now working. And I think something I might need to do is I might need to build this platform first. So I might have to do this, and then I might have to do this. And then I think I might have to put this on a platform. I don't know if it can just float otherwise. So there you go. There's the plan. So a gravity battery is real? That's not fictional? Pardon my ignorance. That's cool if true. Also, I should make another wheat warehouse somewhere. You know what I'm gonna do? Just because I'm a little bit resource rich, I'm gonna be a little cheeky. Let's build these right now. Get a nice healthy water stockpile, and eventually, I mean, you know what? For symmetry's purposes, ooh, hold on. We're gonna earmark these for more water ones. We'll get rid of those two eventually. All of these physical light batteries are real, but not super efficient. Sure. A grandfather clock is basically a gravity battery. That's so cool. I built a gravity battery in real life and it blew my mind. Yo! Is this kind of like how kids will do that science experiment where they'll use like... Hey, good news, y'all. We have our first harvest over here. So our first harvest over here means it's possibly time, as this gets lower and lower, it's possibly time to start thinking about this damage. What's up, James the Dabbler? Thank you for subscribing to Beaver Facts. Did you know? Beavers' instincts to build dams are based on the sound of flowing water, not the actual presence of flowing water. When the sound of a moving was recorded and played back on the speakers, Beaver would cover it with mud until they couldn't hear it. Oh, that's so funny. Let's go, little buddies. All right, good news, everybody. Look at this. Look at this. Bam. It looks like it actually worked. I'm thrilled about that. All right, so one of these costs 200 power. So once we add to this, the network demand is going to be 320. At peak season, this produces 1,000. All right, the next thing I'm going to need is I'm going to need storage for the metal, which we have right there. And this, by the way, is why we build these platforms. Good morning, Game Slayer. Do you use a bridge tacular to get over the canal? Tacular. What does tacular mean? My first question. Second question, yes. Looks like this is a good candidate for some more storage. Oh, this is in reference to a Serge post. That's fair. One of the next things we're going to do once we flood all of this is invest in some Lidos. All right, I am going to have to move all of these logs. Just trying to think of places that I know I'm going to want storage. It might be time for me to invest in like the good storage, but it's really expensive. The good storage, look at that. 1,000 science, capacity for 1,800, but it requires 40 gears and 80 planks. I'm getting really low on planks due to how spend happy I was for a little bit there. How's this network doing, by the way? Supply and demand is still in the positive. All right, and because we have a second obtain one up here, I just want to start draining all of these, especially these two if possible. Thick storage for the late game, yeah. Our first smelted metal, chat. The first of many. All right, let's build another one. There's an argument to get thick storage for logs for a mid-game. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah? Right? We can upgrade it all later. If I was a little bit more forward-thinking, planny, I could possibly be doing a better job. All right. How long is it going to take me to get a battery? 10 metal. I got 1 today. Ooh, a bad tide is approaching. Yo, heyo. Excellent news. All right. So let's use this as an opportunity. Let's use this as an opportunity to start planning the big here. Radical idea. Instead of moving everything to a different spot, move everything up 1 space on a single height platform. Radical idea. Instead of moving everything up to a different spot, move everything up 1 space on a single high platform. So the issue with the single high platform is, although it's clever and you can do roads and stuff underneath, it doesn't solve all the issues. So like one thing I love doing, for example, is I can remove these and replace these platforms with storage. And that's the really cool thing. I've pulled that off before, Sleepy Dragon. I built an entire industrial district where the floor was all storage and all the buildings were on top, and I like ran the power underneath, and I was like, that's neat. But it's hard to plan that from the very, very beginning, if that makes sense. I mean, speaking of a second level, I could almost cover this now and do some more houses here. I've done overhead power lines with a wind power. That's kind of cool. I'm also looking at the fact that if I do want to make this separate worker area over here, that my population's still a little bit low. Right, I was thinking of making, this all started because I was thinking of making a second bread storage, and I just haven't. I guess I didn't understand your plan. Oh, keep all of this but move it up one? So here's the thought, right? If I put this up on platforms, why? Because this is all wood stuff, right? But we're going to be flooding where the trees grow. So all of this doesn't make sense to try and save, because without the arable land, it doesn't do anything. Sorry, I didn't know you meant specifically raise these buildings up. Yeah, no point in having a tree chop when there's just seaweed. Now that I'm on computer, and basically the point of physical batteries is to even out power creation and usage due to how most power generation is done. It doesn't scale up and down well if we have peak power usage. Sure. Physical batteries do a good midline thing. That's fair. That all makes sense. Everything you're saying makes sense. All right, I'm going to build a second metal factory because this is annoying me. And I'm going to build another windmill and connect it to the system. And then as soon as we get 10, we're going to build a battery. And I should start planning for the batteries are going to go. I think I don't want to go all the way out. I think this is going to be good enough, and eventually when we get TNT, we'll clear this out. That'll do. That'll do. That'll do. Oh, I could do 3 for now. That's kind of sick. I always thought it was weird that TNT doesn't make dirt. Fair. So that's the worst one right now. We'll put it here and then plug a log into it. Build a battery skyscraper. Yeah. The higher it goes, the better. But like... How does the math work out? Like, that's pretty high, right? 1, 2, 3, 7. I don't know. I don't know how the math actually works out. I mean, the best this is the best I can get without a massive investment in resources. And I think that makes me happy. To not invest massive amounts of resources, that is. Another fun fact about physical batteries, the Fusion Experimental Reactor, ASDEX, upgrades uses flywheels to store power, since they're great for releasing huge amounts of power in a short time. For pulse that needs 155 megawatts, the same coal power plant for 10 seconds, which is stored mechanically in the flywheels. Interesting. Battery skyscraper will impact property values. God, they'll be so happy. They'll be like, look at that marvel of science, and the property value will skyrocket. Now, good news, there is no capitalism in our beaver society. This is our skyscraper, comrade. Hey, good morning, Lady Mix. Happy Canalmas to you. A beaver is injured. Devastating. Oh, I have 4 free beds still. Okay, our population can still grow. I'm just keeping an eye on these excess beavers that I have, you know what I mean? How far away is TNT anyways? Bots. I think it's under landscaping. Dynamite is 600. The dynamite factory turns bad water interesting. I'm not that far off, actually, now that we're getting metal. Because once we have TNT, then the real Canalmas begins. This is all just pre-Canalmas. All right, there it is. We're getting close. You're thirsty? You're literally swimming. You're literally swimming. You could have water at any point right now. All right, everybody. It's bad water time. So here's what we do for bad water. This is our second bad water tide, by the way. We seal this off. Actually, let's get some more water in for now. Sorry. Okay, we seal this off and then we drop this open. All right, and now we live off of these reservoirs. And speaking of which, it's looking like it's almost time down here. Get one more log storage up here. So here it comes. All that bad water. You love to see it. Announcer's voice. You in fact do not love to see it. Ugh. How'd the plumbing problem go? It's complicated. It's complicated. So the plumber has come by and so far it looks like we got lucky. It looks like we may have gotten lucky in that it might have been a very small leak. So background, we found there's a leak from our upstairs neighbor in our kitchen. So we may have gotten extremely lucky, but the building is going to be sending an insurance person to do like moisture checks because we don't know what's going on behind the wall. And they don't want to do like really invasive cut open. It was gray water. It was gray water. It wasn't fresh water. It wasn't wastewater. It was kitchen gray water. So not great, but not bad. No poopy. Not poop, but not great, you know? Not poop, but not great. So we'll see. We're in holding right now. Died due to contamination. You know what? That's fine because they fully grew. So there's nothing bad about this. Oh no, it's killing the seedlings though. That sucks. Oh my god, that was 96% grown? 96% grown and it just died. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. Okay. So brutal. Okay. Well, now we know. Now we know. Now we know. All right, we queued up a bunch of construction work, and now we should just kind of big chill while we wait for it all to get built. Right. I still want to make more bread storage somewhere. Wheat, flour. One of these was bread. That's dandelion. I mean, dandelion right by the doctor makes sense. Where even am I storing bread? I'm only storing bread in the bakery. Oh, yeah, that's a problem. I don't love that. I want you to know I knew that was going to happen to the trees and I didn't backseat. Well, we did one test bad water, and it lived through one day. The problem is this was slightly longer, but that's okay. I think I'm going to keep this up here anyways, because some of this works, and I mean, until we get rid of all this, I don't really have anywhere else to put it, so it's all fine. Marking that all for demolition feels so bad. Do I have any other blueberries anywhere? I have 220, whatever. I can always plant more up here later. It's fine. Choosing not to backseat is always acceptable. True, though. You know what? It's fine. You know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do? Let's plant a small blueberry patch here. All right, the bad tide has ended. Congratulations, everybody. We survived. And we get to watch life come back. Thank goodness, God King Serge, you didn't kill us all. Thank you. Thank you for noticing. You're storing bread in your stomach? Right, bread storage. All right, here's my plan. I'm gonna put it here. Because I want to be able to, it looks like I could be baking more bread to stockpile things. Also, speaking of baking more bread, I'm getting a little bit low on the old baked patat. I just need to wait for this little bit of bad water to flush out of the system, and then we'll open it back up. I do think maybe I'm supposed to put something here. Maybe it's not a big deal. I just don't want to have to flush bad water, you know what I mean? No, let's just do it. Let's... Next, it's low priority. It's low priority, but I definitely want to put in a... Wait till daytime. I definitely want to put in another flow here. Smart detection beta. Why did AI Twitch bot think Lady Mix's message was bad? Fascinating. Curiouser and curiouser. Ooh, I have multiple injured beavers currently. Oh, we're having a bit of a death wave. That's exciting. For once, I don't feel like I earned that. For once. All right, it looks to me like all the bad water's gone there. So let's do this. Close. And let's drop this down to 1.9. Whoop. Oh, that is the wrong one. Replant dead trees not marked for cutting. How do I replant those dandelions? Oh, there you go. Never mind. They're smart enough. They figured it out. All right. Yeah. When ads start, don't worry, chat. I'll pause everything. You'll miss not a thing. Okay. God, it's almost time for the great flooding. With the exception of one tree, it looks like it's time. Oh, I'm very excited. I'm very excited for this. Are you ready? Are you excited? The bad water, it looks very well designed. It looks so poisonous for real, all right? It's flooding a little. We have one tree. Is that tree not marked for chop chop? No, it is. I guess it's nighttime. That's our special tree. That's fair. I'm worried. No. It's fine. I have 4 water in. That's 5. Oh, that's 5. Okay, hold on. No. I almost made a mistake. Hey, thank you so much for using your prime here, friend. This needs to be another floodgate. I'm just thinking of like simple lane mathematics of if I have 5 in, I should have 5 out, or else we're going to flood. New bean, the netherite bean. Thank you, friend. Thank you. Happy Canalmas to you. All right, are all our beavers happy and healing? They're getting there. Okay, so as it started, I'm gonna take a very short break. Give me a second, use the bathroom, get up, cycle your fluids. Be right back. Hello, 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 hello. We return. What's up, y'all? All right, I got a question. What is going on with my chat? Why does it have Phoenix there when it says Phoenix subbed? What the? I'm confused. Thank you, Phoenix, for the Prime. Oh, is my camera frozen? No, my camera's not frozen, sweetie. Joe, Joe could. Oh my God, Joe could hear me talking, but only saw camera, and stream delay made her think that my camera was frozen. What's up, Dalrent? I missed yesterday, as is the second day of Canalmas. Does it mean you figured out what Canalmas is? We figured out the spirit of Canalmas, which means we have no idea. All right, Canal enthusiasts. Now, so far, we have 2 officially appointed judges, Canal judges in the community. And those are respectively Inkslayer and Gunner. If anybody else has very strong opinions on canals, you can also let me know, right? There's nothing to say that you two cannot, you know, cannot one day be a canal authority in this community. Now, here's my question. Is irrigation a canal? Discuss. So my thought is, right, we're going to flood this whole basin and I want this all to be farmland. And one of the things that I can do once we get dynamite is I can do TNT. And what? No, absolutely not. That's a ditch. Will it make you happy? Do long straight lines of water make you happy? That's an important question. A canal needs to connect two bodies of water. Yeah, it's true though. Speaking of which, I have 30 metal now, and I haven't actually built these gravity batteries yet. I need a third gear workshop. The definition of a canal says it should be able to conduct travel via boat or ship. Interesting. Now, what if we have beavers? The beavers don't need boats because they're beavers. Oh, hold on. We'll wait for daytime, and then it's time for the most beautiful thing you'll have ever seen. Oh, are you ready for this, y'all? All right, you ready? Are you ready? I don't think there are any consequences if we do this now. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, yeah. It's beautiful. That's the good stuff right there. So true. All right, the chances of us running out of water now, so low. I do feel like maybe we need a couple more water pumps though. All right, anyways, let's just let our construction build for a bit here. We've queued up a ton of stuff. And I just want to wait for these gravity wells to get finished. I want to wait for our gear workshop to get finished. How come some of the water is all red? That is called bad water. And it is bad water. This will pass. This will fix. It's just going to equalize. Don't worry. 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 Equalize. Equalize. What is the problem here? What is the problem? I have 5 in, I have 5 out. Everybody chill. Yeah, the same amount that goes in comes out. That's sort of the hope right now, right? Is we hopefully we've slowed it down, and now we should have an equilibrium. Have I won yet? Not yet. Morning, Lilith. Pardon me. I think we just had a great big... Pardon me. I think we just had a great big spooky for a second there, and I think everything is fine now. All right, let's get some trees up in here now. Let's get some trees up in here. We need the district forester once again. And then we're going to want 2 of these. And then we're going to want 2 of these. And these are going to be set to supply logs. And then we're going to want to plant oak. I always thought that floods would be an interesting change of weather. That'd be kind of cool too. Oh, nice. You flooded the level? Yeah, we did. Oh, wait. And I don't want to do all of this quite yet. No. This is fine. No, the water is steady. They don't have like a system where if too much water comes in, it does bad stuff to you. Okay, give me a second. I actually want to, before we do all of that, I just realized, so if I want to do aqua food, the aquatic farm, that's a 2x3. Okay. That is the correct height. Okay, good. Turns out I actually could have left that staircase. Great, good, love that for me. And then what I want to do is I want to put 2 aquatic farms there. Let's put in a shrubbery. Let's put in a lamp. So the goal is we're going to build that platform. And then what we want to do is we want to start using this area for aquatic crops, of which I believe there are 2. There's the cattail and the spattered dock. Building on the water is very efficient. Yeah, I plan on using a lot of this, especially stuff like this, right? Like these water pumps make me extremely happy. Hey, check it out, y'all. The gravity batteries. And they have stored. I don't know what this means. What does HPH mean? So we've got 30,000 power stored, I guess. But how do we have horsepower in a world of no horses? Why is it not beaver power? Horsepower hours. Oh. Hamster power? Do you see hamsters? Everything should be recorded in beavers. How's our happiness, by the way, other than that one injured beaver? Everyone's got campfires. Not everyone has scarecrows. That's fair. How do I fix that? I guess right here. Slap down another scarecrow. Maybe it's hours per horse, and the reason you haven't seen any horses because you've raised the HPH so high. That makes sense. Clearly. Great. All right, good, 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 good. Love that. Haulers per hour. It could be haulers. That's true. Now, let's take a look at this kitchen for a second here. Grilled chestnut, grilled spatter dock. Okay, so talk to me about this food. Spatter dock we grill, and that's food. Is a cattail food? What is a cattail, chat? Does a cattail make... I think I can grind cattail. Do I make cattail flour into bread as well? Water hot dog? It makes flour for crackers. So I make a second bakery? Cattail cracker. There it is. Yes. All right. Good to know. Thank you. Oh, interesting. I should be having a little bit of logs over here. You need a grist mill to make the flour? Yeah. One thing at a time. Now that I know what the end product is, we can sort of figure out the supply chain to get us there. But I didn't really know what any of the steps involved were prior to then, so, you know. Also, I need to slow down my massive construction because I'm completely out of planks and gears. So, and it doesn't look like I'm gonna stop anytime soon. Especially as I made this like massive floating platform here, but that's all right. I am realizing that my water is slowly going down. Which is not ideal. So let's do a couple of things. First off, we're finishing off this battery factory. Then we're finishing off this platform, and I'm going to start planting some new crops. So we're going to do one series of crops here, and then one series of crops here, sort of within their reach on both sides. Yeah. I like that we rushed an early doctor to get some medicine and we've never had to use it. I'm actually extremely proud of that. Yeah, I queued up too much construction at once, y'all. We'll get there. I can maybe make another building hut. I do have 15 unemployed beavers currently. And all of this space. Another builder's hut, another hauler's hut. Is it finally time? I mean, I did want a couple of unemployed beavers, but I also want stuff to build faster, you know what I mean? It's fine. I can build these and I can make the job priority extremely low on them, right? There we go. Make these super low priority. So they'll be staffed when we have excess workers, but we don't have to worry about it otherwise. Ah, the plank construction. Uh-oh. Wait, is this my supply versus demand? Oh, interesting. Wait, no, am I fine? Am I not fine? Power input is only 50%. Oh, shoot. So adding these last two gear factories has actually hosed me. So I don't need paper anymore, so I can pause that. Did I slow my power down a little? Maybe. So ironically, adding another one of these to try and increase actually decreased. Okay, let's do that. Just wheel up more wheels of power. I mean, what I want to do is I do want to eventually plug these into each other. Wait, feeding water in front of the water wheels slows flow as well. So you're saying that's bad? I thought it was good to narrow water flow. The clean water downstream. Oh, that clean water. All right. Done. Wheel level. Yeah, I don't want to redesign this whole thing. But you're talking, yeah, if they're in a straight line instead of a cross, sure. That was sort of our like bootstrap baby beginner one. I'll see what I want to do. Like we are working on this like windmill battery farm area, which is kind of cool instead. Totally not a beholder. Thank you for using your Prime, friend. I appreciate you. Wait, where are we flooding? Who? Who's flooding? No, we're fine. All right, anyways, what's this up to now? Well, now, hold on, now. Okay, now I didn't need to destroy those buildings. Well, I feel like a dum-dum. My gears. All right, we have increased our beavers tremendously. Pause all that. On the second day of Canalmas, my true subs gave to me 2 Twitch subs. Oh. Love Timberborn. I'm using Folktails or Iron Teeth. This is Folktails. Oh, all right, it's time. First one is here. Now, the first one that seemed simpler was the Spatter Dock. And this one is going to be the Cat Tails. Woo! I don't think I want to go any lower down. I think this is fine. Though it is interesting that they can grow deeper like that. Oh, big stretch. I thought water plants only grow 1 deep. Look, they're the one telling me I could plant down there. I don't know. Maybe that's just reach. Oh, another bad tide. I just figured everything out. Don't bad tide me, bro. No, I got 3 days. That's fine. This is my 3rd bad tide. How does bad tide luck work? I know the first one is likely scripted, but like, is there just a coin flip chance that a tide is a bad tide? Anyways, I think we're totally fine with the exception of all of this is going to shut off. In the settings, it shows you the chance. Must be in a different setting. There's a handicap, so you don't get it several times in a row. It's alternating. So it was bad tide, drought, bad tide. Wait, no, I think we just got 2 in a row, actually. I don't think we've had a drought. I think we literally just got 2 bad tides back to back. Ask not for whom the bad tides, but instead what the tide can bad for you. Is that what you're quoting? That's how that saying goes, right? Can't believe your mom lets you have 2 bad tides. I didn't want you to find out this way, Matt, but I am the favorite child. Sorry. Sorry, bud. I see a bad tide arising. Ooh. Oh, I didn't put my scarecrow there. I thought I built a scarecrow. I mean, I kind of... Look, I understand. I understand that the scarecrow can go anywhere to give an aesthetic bonus, but... Oh my god, look at it. But I feel like it has to be in the crops, right? Like, kayfabe-wise. You can't just put a scarecrow in the middle of nowhere. You can't. I can't. That being said, I do have enough science. Nope. Oh, I do have enough science. I have enough science. I'm going to unlock the beaver statue. Wait, beaver statues are big though, aren't they? Are they a 2x2? Oh, they're just a 1x1? There we go. Now. That's what I've been holding that space for, by the way. I would be more scared of a scarecrow further from its crops, therefore doing a better job of its doing a better job. Now, are you the person stealing the crops? Serge, come to the Okanagan and collect your snow. I'm tired of it. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting to come and pick it up. That's my bad. That's my bad. Sorry. Sorry, bud. All right, give me a second here. So now it's time to build some more storage. So this is going to be for the, what's the other one that we cook? Spatterdock. This is going to be storage for Spatterdock. Hello? Cattail, chestnut, Spatterdock. And then this kitchen that I haven't built yet is going to be the next one. Whatever. Is that going to be for grilled Spatterdock? I wanted most of the cooked food to be in here, so people could get it faster, right? Maybe I move this. Maybe this is where dandelions go. And then we empty this one. And then we'll put grilled Spatterdock in there after. It's a little early. Because we're what? 1 out of 12 days? But we'll get there. Alright, I want to rebuild this this gear shop now. Just leave it. Just leave it, Serge. Oh, hey, there we do. We got it. We finally unlocked the Iron Teeth. For whatever reason, on this new save, I didn't have the Iron Teeth unlocked anymore. I guess these beaver statues really made a big difference, you know? All right, just big chillin'. Now, one thing I'm noticing is I created a bunch of new jobs, and we are starting to run a little bit low on beaver population. We do have this overflow of 14 jobs. Because keep in mind, I do want to eventually make a new district over here. Clown in the cornfield. Sorry, is that a request? Oh, derp. I was wondering why these trees weren't being harvested. I didn't have them marked for chop chop. Close. Big open. No bad tide contamination on my watch. Can we talk about how perfectly ominous that looks, by the way? Like, watch as it just corrupts everything. All right, and it is going to kill a lot of these trees that I just replanted. What's scarier, a clown in a cornfield or a scarecrow on the circus ground? Oh man. Yeah, I think if you found a clown in a wait, why is this happening? Oh no! That's fine, it'll eventually evaporate. Ooh. Scarecrow Circus is probably haunted, for real though. Luckily, this holds strong. So the chances of contamination are pretty narrow. Why is it happening? There's just a backflow of water. We let this come through maybe a little too early and a little too aggressively. Look at this beautiful utopia we have if we focus here. Ah, isn't it great? Life is... It really looks like the earth is bleeding. Wow, it's a 3-day bad tide too. How did that happen? It was an overflow. So we've got this narrowed down for the purposes of our water wheel. And once we narrowed it down, what happens once we open this floodgate, this got full of water and all the pressure flowing from here caused this to backfill, and then it flooded into this. And it's not great, but water does eventually evaporate as well, so that's not trapped there forever. This is an example I've used in the past. This is not like pee in your water supply and oxygen not included. We're not forever hosed, you know? We're gonna need a canal to get that out. I mean, apparently that's not a canal. Apparently that's just a ditch. Wait, no, you're right. Actually, if that's full of water, that counts as a canal. You're a genius. You're a genius. Sorry, I should have never doubted you. Okay, I think it's time to start thinking about bombs. And now my reason for wanting to invest in bombs is what's really gonna let us start getting a little bit of the old canal going, you know what I'm saying? So we want the explosives factory. So explosive factory takes bad water and it turns it into bomb. How cool is that? And luckily for us, look at this. We have the ability to extract bad water right here. So it's actually a resource that we can exploit. Wait, you need a different pump for bad water? It's not just a water pump? Oh, you need a bad water pump. Sorry. That makes more sense. Look, I just saw water pump and there is water in the word bad water. All right, I'm just saying. And now what we want is we want the ability to, in the event of a drought, be able to extract the bad water as well. Now, let's be a little bit bougie. Let's make a big tank. God, could you imagine if a tank could fail and then like this like cascaded down into our valley below? Oh, that'd be so cool. In like a bad way. But like, you know. All right, and the next thing we want is the bomb factory. Has the exact same footprint. I mean, go with me on this journey. Oh, I don't have enough gears. Oh, God. Immediately punished. Wait, no. These are still turning, albeit slowly. Ugh. Hey, what's up, Dice Goblin? All right, it does look like our beaver population could stand to grow a little bit. And I'm looking right here. I'm looking right here as a way to add 4 more houses. So the idea would be to add platforms. I kind of love that, actually. Well, let's wait for this construction to finish. Right? One project at a time. Now, I'm curious. Could Could beavers get sick just working with bad water? Like, is this something I need to now deal with? Or do they only get sick if they enter bad water? The pump is safe? Okay, sick. Thank you. An actual question? Yeah. Yes. Sorry. I appreciate a magical attack, Gecko. You're like, no, I appreciate you. Appreciate the check-in. You only get sick from swimming in bad water. It would be interesting, though. It would be interesting if they could get sick from, like, contact. You know what I mean? Don't want to end the map with a TNT mishap. That's not really my vibe. Working really hard on a beautiful beaver colony and then, like, killing them all with dynamite at the end is not really the Serge Jaeger way. Look at this. Explodes. Snurge, not you two. We're not using TNT to kill all of our beavers, please. Please, Snurge. Oddly specific? Yeah, no kidding. All right, the water is back. This is excellent. We just need to wait for all of the good water to flush out all of the bad water. We are big cruising. Actually, did we go through? That's a significant amount of water downage. Especially considering how much water we're holding. That went down like a lot, eh? I want to say that went down like 0.3, 0.4. Evaporation takes a lot of water away. Yeah, no kidding. How many days of bad water was that? 3. That was 3 days. That was a 3-day bad water event. Well, the water pumps are interesting because back when this was the only water we had, these water pumps would almost drain this in a 3-day event. So I try and stack water levels, can't evaporate if you're underwater. That's exactly how water works, yep. All right, I don't want this little bit of contamination going through. I might be over worried about it. Like this could possibly just get distributed enough that it doesn't matter, but I don't like it. I don't like it, so I'm waiting for it to completely clear. We'll give it a day. Hey, happy Canalmas, Brooke. Will the 1 wide 3 deep evaporate slower than a 3 wide 1 deep? That I don't know how the game works. It makes sense to me though, Inkslayer, for what that's worth. But I don't know if that means anything. Because like I think about surface area, right? All right, you're at 1.8. Do you think that's gone? When the sun comes up, we change this around. And something I should try doing here, actually, let's do it a little bit slower this time. All right, so we're gonna go down to 1 speed. We're going to drop this down to 195. And we're going to slowly start raising this time. So let's go up to 0.5. Because I think what happened last time is I just hit a wall, right? The depth of the fluid does not influence the tile's evaporation rate from the wiki. So three amounts of water will always evaporate at the same rate, eh? Matt, it turns out it was just copium, my man. I'm devastated. .8. Again, wait for it to build. Wait for it to build. Actually, you know what? If it's already stopped flowing, we can just do this. All right, so this should fill pretty slow now, is my hope. Here, help me out, y'all. If this is lower than this, I'm trying to make sure there's no flooding, right? So this is set to 1.9. This is set to 1.8. I think that's correct. I think if it was the other way around, it'd be bad. I mean, I guess I'm probably fine either way now. I just had that flooding the first time. But I bet you were fine now, right? Only happen if it's higher than the ground. Yeah, we messed up some math previously though. I got a little bit hosed, but that's okay. Alrighty. Just need to wait for some gears to get in and get that done, and then we're cooking. Let's grow our population a little bit more. All right, important question. Probably the most important question I've ever asked. What looks better? The roofs all going in the same direction, or for these two ones, breaking the mold? What do you think? Full chaos? Somebody ban Matt, please. Hey, Roy Gabuv, thank you for using your Prime here. Merry Canalmas to you as well, friend. Hey, we need to start coming up with some like completely unhinged lore for the origins of Canalmas. I think I like that. I think I like that. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Hold on. Check it out. We've actually done a weird consistency where the roof always drains towards the door, so you always get wet. Huh? Why did everything pause? Hey Matt, sorry, your message has been permanently banned. What's wrong here? Flooded. Oh, get out of here. Flooded. At least the design is consistently bad, but beavers love getting rained on, so it's fine. So one of my thoughts was, in Iceland, for example, they have like the 12 Yule lads or something like that. And I believe they were little deviants. I believe that the Yule lads were not friends. And so like one of them would steal your shoes and stuff like that. Maybe I'm conflating my Icelandic myths. Like what if we incorporated something like that into our lore? What's flooded now? Stop flooding. You're supposed to be, let's get you down to 1.8. Speaking of Yule and the Nordic countries, do you think Gavlebakken will burn this year or not? Oh, absolutely. 100%. I'd bet even money on it. All right, hold on. I need to have storage for cattail now. So cattail storage should go up here. Because what we need to do now is we need to add cattail grinders. Happy Canalmas Zed, good to see you, friend. Good to see you, welcome on in. What's this? Bread storage, right, yes, we knew that. All right, we need more storage, And I like that I have wheat and all that stuff here. So I think I'm gonna try and build up. I don't know how I wanna do this yet. All right, so what I need to do is I need to do cattail storage, I need to do cattail grinding, I need to do a cattail bakery. But first, friends, we're gonna take another quick ad break here. I'm gonna use this as an opportunity to pee again. Hold tight. Oh. It's a Canalmas miracle. All right, I'll be right back, friends. Hello, we are back. All right, things are coming together nicely. We got a couple more babies. We got a couple more beds. We are now producing gunpowder, which is very exciting. Suno, thank you so much for using your Prime here. 42 is the answer of life, getting rid of ads and giving Serge Bezos's bucks, amongst other things. I appreciate that. All right, what kind of storage do I need for bomb? Medium warehouse. We're gonna want a lot of bombs. We're gonna want a lot of bombs. Who is Serge Bezos? God, I wish. No, not even true. Beavers with bombs sound like a Doctor Who cross Narnia fanfic. Did either of those franchises have beavers? Take your word for it. All right, I was up to 16 happiness. Why'd I drop down to 15 happiness? Oh, I've got so many beavers. Wait, why? Some of them look like they don't have homes. I've got so many beavers, we are getting into a dispute over campfire access. Anyways, I need to get this Lido built. I need to get the aquatic center built. A family of beavers are the main characters in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. I thought the main characters were 4 siblings. Were they siblings? Or they just kids sent off the boarding school? I can't remember. What up, Daisy? Not the main characters. I mean, look, you said main characters. Four kids were sent to the English countryside during the Blitz. What is the Blitz? Imagine this was a moment of some significance. And here I thought the main character was a lion, a witch, and a wardrobe. Man, that's just like songs. That's just like songs where the title of the song isn't also like the chorus. And you're like, what is this song called? The Blitz, the World War II one. Cool. The Germans kept bombing London during World War II. The Blitzkrieg. Okay. This all makes sense. All right, my friends, it is a moment we have all been waiting for. We can use our first bombs. Now, I have a very important question. What should we use our first bombs for? Should we use our first bombs for irrigation? Should we use our first bombs for something more? I had heard of the Blitzkrieg. I didn't know that the English referred to that as the Blitz, though. Bombs to make another canal. Well, we don't have any canals yet, so we need to think about where and when we would want to use this, right? And my first thought was we can bring in the irrigation tunnels here, which would be kind of cool. Oh, that's higher off the ground than I thought it was. Is that even going to work? Yeah, I definitely didn't think of that as only being, I also thought Blitzkrieg involved tanks. Anyways, doesn't matter. I can be wrong about stuff. What should we blow up? Don't play this. I'm okay. What an idiot. Wow. I got the whole Twitch chat journey there. I mean, my first thought is just as a test, we could get rid of this. Wait. The term blitzkrieg was completely a US and English invention? Huh. All right, let's do it. Let's do it, y'all. Let's shave this off. That'll be exciting. Look at them. Look at them go. Yes. Good. Good. Hope today's treating you better than the previous day of Canalmas. I mean, every day of Canalmas is just a celebration, a joy. What do you think? What do you think's going wrong? Sorry. What do you know that I don't? All right. I think I need to detonate this so that we can reach the other areas. I don't know what should we flood, chat? What should we actually flood? Because I was really excited to like, where does the best canal go, right? Originally I thought it would be here, but you're like, no, that's just a slipway, Jaeger. All right, canalers. That's what you're called. All right, canalers. Shoot your shot. Where do you want to see? Where do you want to see canalified? Canalists, Canalones. If we're all part of the canal, each one of us should be a lock. I prefer more of an open flow canal personally. We don't need locks, we need love. You like that? Thank you. Thank you. I thought that was very clever. Need more campfires. Oh, I'm so annoyed. Well, hold on. Am I? If I get rid of these two, I can put 2 more campfires down. We need locks though, otherwise we can't go up and down hills. Why not just let water do what water do? Riddle me that one, Batman. Through the dry land to the south of the settlement. I was looking at this originally, and one of the things that has alarmed me about this this plan is it's too high. If I thought it was only 1 high originally, which is really going to make it challenging. And that's not to say we can't do it. Just what a tremendous undertaking that is all of a sudden, right? The Canalers sounds like a ice hockey team. That's fair. Lurking with love. Let's go, Daisy. Oh, that's excellent news. I kind of want to make a second planks. You know what? You know what? You know what time it is actually? Sorry, let's do this right now. Big pile. Let's get some storage going. Because I'm feeling like it's time. This is really funny. So it's called underground storage. But if I do this, I wonder if I could put it on top. And if that's true, okay, all right, neat. That was a test, and the game is passed. Okay, I'm going to set up 2 piles up top here, and I'm going to replace these 2 down here. One sec, texting a friend. I don't know if we're going to make everything. Ooh, level 18 happiness. Hashtag goals. I don't know if we want to make everything underground storage, but I think I'm going to make these 2 underground storage. One of which is going to be for planks. I don't know. Definitely one for planks. Underground pile. You are going to obtain, and you are going to be the source of all of the planks. 1,800 planks is a lot, but if we start getting into wonder construction, we're going to want that many. You know what I mean? Or do they look busy? Uh-huh. Busy like what? Busy like what? Busy like a beaver? I don't know why I'm yelling at you. Oh, busy like bees. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so did I ever get around to making storage for our new friend up here? For making new storage for our new friend, the... No, I did not. The cattail. You can make bees in this game too. Can you? Or is that exclusive to the other faction? Oh, they have bees right there. Boost nearby crops. Yeah, neat. As your heights, what's up, friend? Thank you very much for the 65 months. It does help with our space issues, but our food is still fine. I don't think I want to grow our population too much more, by the way. All right, I do need... Oh, right. Derp. I know what we're supposed to use our bombs on. Supposed to use the bombs here. Make the batteries taller. How do I get down there? So the nice thing is, I'm going to build this walkway, and then I think we're going to use this as an opportunity. I think we're going to use this as an opportunity to run power and connect them up to each other, which is very cool. I've done a quick water level evaporation test, and smaller and deeper is better than wider and shallower in the game. Well, that's exciting. Like, that already makes sense, and I think that's how we all kind of hoped it would work, but it's cool that it's confirmed that it does work that way, you know? All right, so instead of making answers to the grist mill and spatter dog thing, I instead blew some stuff up. So that's exciting, you know? Big fan of that. Big fan of that. I guess I'm gonna wait for this construction to end, and then I'm gonna think about my life choices. Ah, good job, me. Imagine blowing up even more stuff. Thank you. I plan on it. All right, let's do that first. Nothing else is going anywhere. This is all pre-work for the canal, chat. This is all pre-work for the canal. Oh, you're rotated wrong? I mean, this can't stand. Sorry. I didn't realize how long that it existed that way. They did change water physics in the update. It's now properly 3D instead of like 2.5D. Yeah, I heard one of the cool things that water does now is it used to always flow off the top, and now it can flow underneath or something like that, which is apparently a big deal. I'm not smart enough to figure out exactly how and why that's as different as it is, but like that's apparently a big difference. All right. So one of the things that I'm thinking about here, because this is where no, I don't want to stack it there. Sorry. Once again, I keep going in circles of being like, I want to put something here. And then I get distracted and I never come back and I never fix it. But I do want to expand the bakery here. I want to expand the bakery so that we're making cattail crackers. And in order to do that, I need to be stocking, much like before, the cattails and the cattail flour. I just don't know a good way to do that. I don't know a good way to do that. The path of least resistance is just to put 2 warehouses up here and stop overthinking it. But what if I overthought it, right? Maybe I just go with the path of least resistance. Okay. So let's make another bakery. And then let's make a path. And then on either side of this path, let's put 2 storage things, just like here, right? We'll do storage number 1. That appears to be the wrong height. So this is going to be where the cattails go. And this is going to be where the cattail flower goes. If I can find it. There it is, cattail flower. You're going to make us cattail crackers. And then these 2 mills are going to produce... Oh, interesting. Oh, this is a problem. I mean, I guess I could do this, which is kind of funny. Just like turn the corner on it. You know what? Sure. Why not? Does that look cute to you? It kind of looks cute to me. Cattail flower times 2. And there you have it. And then finally, we need a bakery. Finally, we need a storage room. I mean, actually, what I could do... That says wheat flour. I could move wheat flour up here, which I think is more appropriate. And I'll put the food down below, because I want it right by the bakery, right? Thank you for subscribing to Beaver Facts. Here's a Beaver fact. Catholics were allowed to eat beavers on Fridays because they were considered fish. I lives in the water. I mean, it makes sense to me. Actually, that's a good question. Were sea otters also included there? That means at some point somebody thought dolphin was a fish too. I mean, I bet you dolphins, whale, I mean, if it came out of the water, they probably thought it was a fish at one point. All right. Clip pop-up is driving you insane. Open chat, there's been 3 of them. I don't see them anymore, which I'm really glad, but I hate it. I hate it so much. It bothers me in ways that I cannot even beginning to tell you that Twitch adds features that I cannot turn off. It bothers me so much, and I'm sorry. Oh, can't argue with Jeff. This would be a Dan issue, not a Jeff issue. Oh, hey, look, our super storage is ready. That's cool. I think no good being selected there is fine. Let's also make you a no good. All right, how are we looking down here? Oh, we are cooking. Now, is that too high to reach? Oh, right, they can only reach up 2. They can't reach up 3. Your beavers are happier than ever. We have a happiness of 19. That's kind of cool. So if we click on a beaver, they have a 40% bonus to life expectancy. That's exciting. We're up to 90 beavers, by the way. You wish you were that happy? You don't think you're 19 happy? Hey, a drought's approaching. That's exciting. We love droughts. It's gonna be a big one though, actually. You're like a 19 out of 100. Oh man. We gotta get that number up. Come on. I thought we were gamers. Get that score up. Are you just gonna scream at me forever? That's really frustrating. All right, let's make you things that I don't have. Treated plank and dirt. Serge, I love setting up future Serge. All right, we need to get that in the Serge Hall of Fame. Serge is demonstrating levels of prescience that I don't know how I feel about. He's growing too powerful, chat. Oh, I guess we do this now, which is kind of awkward. I guess I could do more storage here. Let's do wheat flour here. I've messed this up, by the way. I want this to be cattail roots. We'll just make them all work. I want this to be cattail flour. I want nice, clean lines. I want this to be cattail flour. And I want this to be wheat flour. Figure it out yourself, beavers. Figure it out. Chop chop. A stand in the mall gave me free teriyaki today. As I finished my Christmas shopping, I don't even know what's better. There we go. Big W. What? You showed up and then turned around. All right, that's fair. Whatever. Oh, Thai-yaki, not teriyaki. A fish cone ice cream. Oh. Fish cone ice cream. Is that the... Oh, level 20 happy. Is that the ice cream that's like a fish waffle pressed sort of thing? Did I just make that term up? I may have made that term up. I'm Googling Thai-yaki. It is! It's a little fish-looking thing. All right, that's sick. I love that. What up, Snack Pack? With the red bean paste? I was still a little bit early on red bean paste at that time when I tried it for the first time. I don't know how else to describe it. Oh. All right, how are we looking? We've got most of our food diversity down, which is kind of cool. Actually, we have literally every single crop that we could grow. Oh, we don't have sunflowers. What are sunflowers used for? Our people are now eating cattail crackers as well. Great. You're pretty meh on red bean paste yourself, but your local taiyaki place offers Nutella. Oh, that'd be so good. Oh my God. That would be incredible, actually. Hey, I have a question on how Beaver Game calculates stuff. For Beaver Game, when you introduce a new food crop, does each beaver eat exponentially more? Or if I have carrot and I have potato, do I now feed twice as many beavers? Because they eat like, if a beaver needs 1 value of food and they got 1 out of 1 with carrot, do they now take 0.5 and 0.5? Or does each beaver now eat 2? You know what I mean? Every time I log in, there's Beaver Talk. I don't know what to tell you, George. They're like mixing it up, but each unit satisfies the same need. Yeah, because it's funny though, right? Because beavers get more points if they have food variety, right? How far has Serge After Dark made it? I'm like 2 or 3 bosses into Act 3. How plump is the beaver? Now we're asking, Matt asking the real questions. Okay, my next goal, my next trick is going to be to get rid of these 2 water tanks and put 3 that sort of symmetrically face the other direction, except they're really expensive gear-wise. But you know what? I think that's okay. So we've almost used all of the bomb to maximize is a strong word, to get some more value out of our gravity battery. The next goal after that is going to be to run power. Well, maybe I could cross the river, actually. That'd be kind of cool. Our next goal after that is going to be to run power and connect it in. Which I think is going to be really cool. How rough was the Dreadnought? I think we got the Dreadnought done in 3 attempts. Maybe 4? Wrong button. There we go. Are you a gamer? That is, I've been told that a lot, actually. All right. I've unlocked level 2 Bomb. And level 2 Bomb is going to be great specifically for this. Oh, good job, Beavers. Should I be growing more trees out here? I think the sign is always yes. I think the sign always points to yes. Don't make me tap on the sign. This is pretty far. Don't get me wrong. I know that we're pretty far. But we're going to be fixing this. We're going to be fixing this in just a second here as we... Actually, hold on. Let's do this because it's a nice central point. What am I going to set up? Chestnuts? Pretty mid on chestnuts, if I'm honest. I don't know. Is that bad? I don't think I need every single other one. Whoa! George, famous shuffle up and play guest. Man, George is the most famous non-creator creator. It's really bizarre. George has managed to be on everything. Hold on, I only made 4 beds. And as such, my beavers are sad. Amazing. Maybe I should move these. You know what? I am going to move these. They're in prime real estate. They're in prime symmetry real estate. What else do you roast over an open fire? Wow, this is an 8-day drought? Y'all, That's a big drought. Oh. Hey, George, random fact on my channel, adding my name is blacklisted. Yeah, I discovered early on that since I read every message in chat anyways, anyone who tried to at me, I was like, what do you want? What do you need? All right, anyways, let's destroy this. Let's destroy this. I got such a great plan here. I hope you're all ready for this. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to demo all of this. We're doing a little bit of, we're doing a little mulligan. We're doing a little refactor here. So we're going to move the road to here. And what we're going to do is we're going to make another little purification station, right? So another campfire, right? Like, check out this beautiful grid, though. Ooh, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, dang, Serge, why is that so pretty? And you'd be right. But also, I've discovered that some of my beavers are getting sick at a rate that I cannot sustain. So we'll have 8 medical beds now. I could put in some showers. I still haven't built Lidos. What is the goal of this game? Is it similar to Against the Storm? So Against the Storm is a roguelike. This is a survival city builder. I mean, it's more build a colony into the point that it accidentally collapses because you fail to manage stuff like food and other resources. But we're trying to add more canals. And speaking of canals, happy Canalmas, but also nobody has given me a good suggestion as to where this canal should go. Where this canal should go. Chat. Through the heart of the city? Does the mod want to check with Zed, please? You have a plan for the canal? Tell me. The first canal you must build should be in your heart, already done. It involves Panama. That seems a little far-fetched for our beaver goal, but you know what? That's fair. That's fair. I respect that. All right, give me a second here. I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. I don't know if I like it, but I have an idea. And I think that idea involves planting more bombs. Does it? So what I want to do, chat, what I want to do is I want to connect my power, and then we can start talking about canals after that. I just got here. I don't have enough canal context. The context is we need to put a canal in somewhere. Oh, you know what? You know what? Actually, I have a great idea for a canal. I have a great idea for a canal. It will involve tearing up some crops, though. How many potatoes do you think we need? What if we replaced this road with a canal? Or Are carrots in better state? Maybe carrots instead. Maybe I replace this road with canals, right? We have the water basically right there that everybody could see, and then we put a dam at the end of it. I'm just worried about water loss, like actually killing us, but you know, that's fine. All right, we're gonna build those 3, by the way, and then we're gonna drain these 2. All right, people are not losing their mind on our canal plan here, right? Is this not what you wanted? You don't like this idea of right in downtown Canalville, Raging Waters, whatever this town is called? We run water this whole way and have some bridges over top of it? Is that not what you wanted? You're good with the canal via the carrot patch? Gunner, Inkslayer? It's very important that I satisfy. Sarah was paying attention to a robot with a hologram of a fish for a head. What were you saying about downtown Canal? It's acceptable? Tell me more. Why is it not good enough for you? What more do you need from me? Why aren't you happy? Maybe that's a bigger question. Twitch chat is contractually obligated to be unhappy. Wow. That's so real, though. You're just happy to catch a Serge stream? Well, I mean, look. Isn't that all of us, though? Anyways, so the plan here, by the way, the plan here is the Great Power Merger. And I'm pretty hyped for this. I think this is going to be really cool. Oh, that doesn't work. I want to run power this way, but if I do that, then I need to move this bridge somehow. And then it becomes really awkward to walk on. Oh, no, I got it. So the plan here, my friends, Great Power Corridor. If I had a Mimi Serge commander deck, would I be offended or honored? If you're making a commander deck and thinking of me, pretty flattered. TBH, pretty flattered. All right, so here's the plan. You can see we've laid out this whole route. So we're gonna run this way. That's gonna connect the power in. It's gonna come here, and then it's gonna connect into here somehow. But I haven't quite figured that part out yet. I think I want it to connect underneath. Which means I think I need this to be replaced with something else. Wait, I'm not going to be able to reach any of that, am I? Shoot. Oh, buckets. Man. All right, so now we can get in there and we can build all of that. And then we remove that, and then we build the vertical stack down. I may as well leave that foundation. I don't know. All right, so let's connect the power up together. The reason for that is we're gonna have to invest a tremendous amount of resources into the canalification of a lot of spaces. Which the game had like temporary scaffolding. Yeah, because you're like, I have to build something and destroy it afterwards. You only get like 75% back. Yeah, agree that I don't love that. Also, how are we looking, by the way? So this is the halfway point on our 8-day drought, and we're currently looking okay, you know? I have a little bit of extra water up here that we can fill later on. And if we really were ever stressing, we've got TNT now, which means we could go in and we could actually start to detonate and as such indeepify, that's the technical term by the way, indeepify all of this water. Ooh, we just had a little death wave there. 10 vacant work positions. I don't want to keep growing the beaver population, but on the other hand, indeepify, I like it. Thank you. That's a very technical term that we beavers use. Does said canal meet the canalification to be certified, or is it a glorified ditch? Well, luckily we have a panel. Wait, you could. Oh yeah, you reach there because you could walk to there and build diagonally. We have a panel of certified canal judges who will evaluate whether or not something is sufficiently canal or not. You know what? Let's actually stop planting here. The canal soul. Can you demo underwater? I hope so. A call for science? Maybe. Stranded. Stranded. Oh. Oh, crap. You gonna move there, buddy? Oh, I just destroyed something I didn't want to destroy there. That's frustrating. I didn't realize my precious little beaver idiots could, that could happen to them. All right, 3 days. Oh yeah, our water's looking great. So one of the other things that's going to happen once we start to expand and deepify the water here, it's also going to just increase how much we can hold, right? No, you left your breakfast for too long and now your canal is soggy. That's not how that word works, Serge. I'm sorry to hear that. So I only want this to be a 1 deep. So I want to do this. Great. And now we're going to build a dam here. All right, give me a second. One project at a time. I'm kind of doing 2 things at the same time here. Hey, Lord Wartonian, thank you for the Prime. I've gotten like 10 Prime subs today. And I want to say thank you very much, everybody. That is so generous. It really means a lot to me. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the good vibes. Thank you for celebrating Canalmas with me. Means a lot, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. So now that that is there, what I should be able to do is I should be able to blow this up too. Sam Skunkwork, thank you for using your Prime here as well. Let's make it 11. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. All right. Checking our water sitch again. Looking good. And then slowly completing this great construction project here, eh? I have 13 job vacancies right now. Wow. All right, I feel like I need a couple more homes. I was hoping I wouldn't need to, but it feels like I need to grow my population a little bit more here. Let's build upstairs again. Does anybody else kind of wish they had like a 2x1 lean roof or something we could do here as well? Hey, what's up, Kits? Kits, we're doing it. It's time for the canal. Wait, does this work? Does a dam work omnidirectionally? I kind of want it to bend the corner here, but that's okay. All right. Okay, so here's hoping I can reach this. We'll find out. Did I do this wrong somehow? Oh my god, is that facing the wrong direction? That's facing the wrong direction. Shoot. That's the problem. There we go, like that. No, that was correct, that was wrong. Hey, just a heads up, friends. Some ads may run shortly. I'll make sure that nothing happens in the game while you are gone. But we got our plans. We're gonna slowly canalify all of this. We've even set up the dam at the end. And we're gonna connect our power. These are some big, exciting goals. And then that'll allow this section to work throughout the year. Also, we're gonna be growing our beaver population because after that death wave, I feel like we always need a little bit of excess beaver population. And we don't have that. But dead back to work. I trust Inkslayer to speak for the Canal Sill. Got it. Got it. Thank you two for working together and ensuring this beautiful Canal City prospers. Oh yeah, we just lost 2 more beavers. Yeah, these death waves are brutal. We need a buffer population. I'm really worried if anyone can reach that. All right, ads have started. I'll be right back. I'll take a short break. For me, I want to take the break. A stretch and a bend. You know how it is. BRB. Hello, hello, hello. So I'm thinking, actually, I'm not thinking, I'm forgetting that one of the most important things that we could be doing for Canalmas here is the detailer. I've forgotten about the detailer. So that is the ability to add a custom stamp, a custom tail to, something to look into. All right, welcome back, everybody. So let's remember the wood workshop, the infuser, and I should start getting some maple resin in. If I want to do that, I need a small tree patch, and I want to put it over here. And it, oh man, it might just be time. How far of a walk is it over there? Yeah, it's pretty far for a day-to-day. I forgot that I need a small patch of maple trees somewhere. Wow, look at this. You know what that is? That's a future death wave right there. That's so many beavers born on the same day. God, I have 20 kits right now. Yikes. That's not good. All right, anyways, the Great Connection Project continues. So we want it to be there, and we want to go 1 and a 2. And we want this to go here, and then we want to go a 1 and a 2. This is really funny because I literally think the day that these all get connected together is the day the drought ends, and these get back online anyways. We need to stop cloning your mods no matter how great she is. Yeah, that's fair. So luckily we can build down. So having the overlook there is good for us. I'm actually really proud of this. Although I do think this is ugly. So let's get rid of that. Oh no! Oh no! God, stupid beavers. You got the priorities right there to build that. There you go. Now you can go home. All right, so that's there. And now, finally, I'm just checking my wood situation as well. We can do this. Good stuff. Good stuff. And yeah, it'll be it'll be ready just as the water comes back anyways. Oh, that water got pretty low. Like the fact that we could see the tree trunks through it. Maybe a little bit alarming. Okay, so after this, how many bombs am I sitting on? 56. Okay, let's head over here next. And this was another planned canal entry point. And I have to use the deeper ones. We don't want to go off the edge of the map. We'll go to about there. And here's our plan for irrigation. We're going to let water in, life-giving water in, and it's going to open up a whole new area. I mean, in theory, I could probably even bring it a little bit further back here. How far does the water reach? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, these should be turning now. I thought Future Serge was a genius. Future Serge was in fact not a genius. I did not put in a 4-way intersection there. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, requires extract. What, pray tell, is extract? So I don't know what extract means. What do we get extract from? You think it's bad water related? Centrifuge. Heavy duty machinery transforming the dangerous bad water into a usable extract. Need to get power up here now? Oh, it doesn't need power. Nope. Needs power. Just put a water wheel up here is actually so funny, Matt. It's a shame it doesn't fit more elegantly. How much power do you think we're gonna get? 135? The centrifuge says it wants more than that, but like, that's fine. Anyways, give me a second. Let me get this done. And now... I just want to connect these all into with each other. Ugh. So we need to do two things. One, we need to build a centrifuge. And then number two, we need to continue the greenification of this area. The greenification of this area so that we can start to grow trees, I guess? Yeah, that'll make sense. Go Ravnica, just pave over all of your moving water with it. I mean, you're not wrong. All right, there we go. The whole power network is now connected. Look at that. Our supply is 23. Our demand is 13. So we've got a little bit of redundancy now. Hi, cutie. Thank you for pizza. Okay. I want to get to this canal, but I want to give it a second. I want to let it cook for a second here. Centrifuge, water wheel? Sure, why not? Let's do it. And we could try and connect those into each other a little bit later. But for now, let's build a water wheel. Nope. You know what we're going to do? You know what we're going to do? I'm going to learn my lesson. And I'm just going to put in a T-junction right now. Wait, is that a bad spot? I should put it back one further. That's a bad spot. Because I was looking at the way the water was flowing there. I'm going to get more power out of it if I move it back one, right? To there. Or do you think I'll get more power on the other side, chat? Where do you think the most flow happens? I think it happens in the center. I think that's a better spot, right? Closest to the bend? You think over one, you think it'll be better here? Yeah? All right. I'll bite. Can I restrict the flow? I worry if I restrict the flow, it could back up and flood. And I definitely don't want that. Can you chain water wheels? Yeah, in theory, I could put another one here. I could put another water wheel here, and then we could like have their outputs connect into each other, but I'm not too worried about it. Why are they telling me I can't reach this, by the way? What's up, Big Carrot? I guess it's because these platforms haven't been made yet. Okay. The game isn't smart enough. It's pretty smart. Again, I don't want them to be levees. I absolutely do not want to accidentally overflow my bad water. Don't even want to chance it. All right, we big chillin'. How is our log situation going? Pretty good. Oh, nice. So this is big. These trees are finally starting to pop. I love that. I feel like it's been a little while since we've actually harvested any trees. We had a good stockpile, which was saving us for a little bit, but good to see that. I don't speak enough French to understand all of the words that you're saying. You do appreciate the beavers can swim places. Not only can they swim places, you're encouraged to do. Where'd it go? Somewhere, one of the statistics is how often do they get to swim. And I have been putting off fixing that for a while. Where's my wet beaver? There it is, wet fur. Only 34 out of 100. It's not great. What is my objective? Right now, we're trying to get some more canals going in here. So we're working towards building a centrifuge so that we can get extract. And then, once that's done, and we get this all put in, we're going to grow some maple trees. And then the maple trees are going to allow us to do a little bit of tree tapping, I think is the word. Nope, that was incorrect. Yeah, so that's all looking good. There we go. So it's kind of this big chillin', you know? Operation Canadian Beavers, yeah. All right, let's skip through the night here. So the centrifuge is huge. Oh, I just lost another beaver. Come on, stop that. So 4 grew up and then 1 passed away. All right, we get this water wheel done. We get the centrifuge done. We start big chillin'. And like, I guess if I really wanted to, I could do some sort of weird power routing all the way around here. But I think for now, we don't have a massive demand for extract. Is extract a fluid? Oh, it is. Okay. Okay. So it looks like, where should I put it? I kind of like putting my water tanks next to each other. So if that's the case, what if I did, no, then I might want to put another one there later. I'll just put it over here. So you will become the extract holder. There. So how's this doing? This is producing 90. This requires 200. Ooh, I don't know about that, y'all. 45 are the power that we need? 45%? It could work using the waterfall. I mean, again, I guess I could put a windmill. Hold up. Hold up. A windmill is actually so smart. Well, no, a windmill isn't smart because they don't have consistent power. Right? And then so if we added wind, then we have the same issue we had before. I'm gonna do it, but I'm not happy about it, all right? Do you need consistent power for it? No, but again, whatever. There we go. That's what it's gonna look like, y'all. I swear we are not giving it its own. We are not going to give it its own battery. Not a chance. No, I refuse. All right, very important question. How would you all feel about the construction of an enormous, I don't even know how this would work, an enormous aqueduct that just carries the bad water off the map, thereby freeing up all of this for us, but then we still have bad water for later? What do you think? Do you like that idea? Some type of super sky canal? Inkslayer, thought? All right, hold on. Is this functional? This is now getting power. Is it? Is it getting power? Power input maximum. What the? Why does it have 0 demand? Does it have 0 demand because it's not being operated currently? It's nighttime, but it's still getting, the night shouldn't have anything to do with power. I guess it only draws power while it's being worked. That's, yeah, okay, there you go. Getting 167 out of 200. All right, we're doing it. Which means these are gonna get built, which means our first aquatic project is huge. Good, good, good. Level 2 dynamite is not a product. Level 2 dynamite is one thing of dynamite and one extract. You just make it more, you just make it more boomy. You just give it more boom. by connecting it with something like that. So that's exciting. All right, speaking of exciting, I think it's time to begin the Great Canal project over here while we wait for that all to get built. I'd like this all to go in one big boom. You know what I mean? All right, they'll only walk so far away from the road. That's fine. Can't press the button until all the dynamite is in place. I agree. All right, so step 1, canalification. Step 2, get some maple trees going. So that's going to be, we're going to do a strip of maple trees. It doesn't have to be huge. It's probably just going to be like, I don't know. Maybe it's going to be here. This will be a strip of maple trees along the canal. And then we'll do a tree tapper. There you go. The tree tapper shack. And then once that's done, then we can start working on like sort of the next stage of technology and stuff. Don't forget to indeepify. I think I'm okay with it. I think I'm okay with like not rushing that. That doesn't feel like a huge priority. And also we're already getting more water capacity by adding these canals, which is kind of funny. Speaking of which, I think this needs to be something else, actually. I think that building actually needs to be a floodgate that's set to 100. You know what I mean? I'm just worried about if it's not what'll happen. Might even be worth my time to connect these two. That's a very nice shrub I gave them. But what if I had a way for these two to help each other? And then, like, yeah, then you could actually go down there and help chop. I guess your work day is done. Whatever. Oh, all right. You ready? Bam. Let the water flow, my friends. Let the water flow. Ooh. Ooh. Yes! That's what I'm talking about. All right, so now I need maple. Wait, where'd the water go? Hello? Hello? More green, please? If that's green, this should all end up being green. You think it's not deep enough? It should be the exact same depth as this. Right? Like that should all just work. I don't know what to tell you. It's the exact same as this. Right? I think maybe we're just waiting for the water to catch up. Water volume might be the issue. I'm extremely disappointed. I'm extremely disappointed that this is not working the way I want it to. Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to emotionally recover from this. Maybe I have to make 2. Maybe it has to be a 2 wide. Because the crossroad looks like it's enough. So maybe 1 water source isn't enough to make it green. So maybe it needs to be 2. Which I don't love. Right? I'm so sad. I'm so sad that this just didn't work. Devastating. No, again, deeper doesn't make it. Why would deeper help? Why would deeper help? We'll try wider. The implication of this T intersection giving green makes me think that it needs to be touching. It needs to be able to reach a certain number of water sources. Which also means that our little river here is not going to be the magic fix we wanted it to be, which is very sad. Anyways, let's detonate this. Let's detonate this. Right when all the beavers are trying to go to bed. Right as they're trying to go to bed, we're just detonating everywhere. Right, well, that water went right in. Well, it's also lower, but that's fine. Oh, you know what it might be too? So this is too high, whereas this is 1 away. So maybe there's a combination of height and angle that's making it awkward. I don't know. Well, let's give it some time. We've got 50 bombs and some more extract, so, you know, we're big chillin'. Consider raising the irrigation level of some hydro technology. This is just an experiment. This isn't essential. It doesn't matter. Just having some fun. All right, we've queued up a little bit too much construction work again. I do want to work on this canal through the center of town. At which point, y'all better lose your minds. Look at this canal. It's perfect. It is a little bit labor expensive because all these beavers are going to lose access to their homes for a day and everyone's going to be sad and all that stuff. I should maybe do 1 home at a time. Actually, you know what I could do? You know what I could do? Crap. All right, let's leave it for now, actually. Whatever. We'll just do it quick like a bandage. I forgot that... first, my thought was, oh, look, I can selectively remove access to some of the homes. And then I was like, wait, no, that's actually just dumb, Serge. Just quick like a bandage. All right, let's let it cook for a little bit here. Double check, our food is all looking great, our happiness is great, our water is great, our industry is great, our wood is great. Things are coming up us, dear friends. Things are coming up us. Our population's maybe a little bit low, but we have 17 babies getting up there. You can just dynamite over the roads. Interesting. Let's see if that's true. Interesting. Turns out you can just dynamite over a road. Wow. I love that for us. I'm getting so many text messages and Slack messages right now. God, it's so exhausting being this popular. All right, how's the construction looking? We're only about halfway through here. Why have these not been removed faster? Oh, right. I guess we do have some minor issues with the pathing because of that, but whatever. 4 beavers are injured. Devastating. Because there's no woodcutter, that has been marked for demolition. You don't need a woodcutter for demolition. It's just a priority system. There we go. Is Slack more important than Canalmas? Well, as a person who has to work multiple jobs in order to pay the bills, unfortunately, sometimes there are some constraints. You there, boy. What day is it? It's Canalmas, sir. That's me. I'm the boy. How's my bomb sitch? Okay, we still have 40 bombs, so that's good. I could always... Wait, how's our... Nice, our batteries are doing great too. I was like, I could always remove this and make another bomb maker, but I think we're cooking. I think we're cooking. Am I not extracting enough bad water? Oh! Hey, there you go. So you don't have enough bad water, eh? We can fix this. Slack channels are basically also just canals. So true, though. So true. All right, y'all. 2 more bombs. Because my population is low, we don't have as many workers as we otherwise could. We have a bunch of haulers. Let's pause that. All right. All right. Ooh, we can reach a couple more. We can reach a couple more. Scrooge Beaver didn't believe in canals until he was visited by the ghosts of Canal past, present, and future. Beautiful. 6 injured beavers. It's a good thing I have 8 injured beaver tents. It's another big bad tide approaching. Devastating. All right, once the canal is done, then we start working on the Great Sky Canal. Now, I was looking at that before, wasn't I? For landscaping. So the impenetrable floor is only a 1. Okay. And these sky bridges, just metal. You know what I should do? You know what I should do? I should start another just metal storage area. Because I'm just sitting here and I'm about to spend so much of it. So let's get that cooking. Because if I get that going, then I can keep mining this and it gives me way more space. So I think I'm happy about that. I think I'm happy for that. This is embarrassing. I forgot what I was waiting for. Right, I was watching this. All right, y'all ready? Y'all ready? This is good to do before because it means we're going to hold a little bit more water as well. There we are. Look, look, it's beautiful. It's a Canalmas miracle, y'all. Okay, so that's done building now as well, which is huge. Which means tomorrow, and I got to do this pretty quick. How many bombs do I have? 39. Okay, this is going to be extremely high priority. We're going to wait till the morning. We're going to wait for the night to finish. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Hold. I have to wait for them to get out of their homes. All right. Massively high priority. Massively high priority. Now, they're not completely bricked. They can walk around the outside here. The only thing we're going to lose access to is the teeth grind stations and these homes. But that's okay. Here come the bombs. The Spirit of Canalmas just hands you a shovel and tells you to start digging. Oh, I like the sounds of that. Okay, we got some unemployed beavers now. Huge. Make sure not to blow up any beavers when you trigger those. Look. Who was it who told me to put the bombs on top of the paths? Whoever was the one who told me I could also do that is to blame if anything happens here. Because I normally would have removed those paths first. But somebody in chat was like, no, 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 Serge. Simply put the bomb on top of the path. Also, I somehow messed up my priority and those got reset, and I'm very sad about it. There we go. There we go. The canal. Are you at 100%? You're at 100%. Let's go. Hey. Hey. How good does that look, y'all? Oh, when it's flooding a little, it's a Canalmas miracle. Now we're canaling. All right, I got bad news. We did not fully finish construction to 2 homes. Hey, chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad you're here, friend. All right. The bad water event. Did somebody say canal? God, I hope so. Why are you complaining? Oh, I see. The bad tide has started. Close you. Open you. Two homeless beavers. Yeah. Hold your tails. Oh man, you know what I just realized I could do if we wanted to? Is I could actually put a Lido here. We could have the water come through. Oh my god, I love this idea. Hold on, I love this idea. How big is the Lido? Have I unlocked it? Also, I didn't realize I had the ability to do a contemplation spot. Slap that down. So the Lido is is that 4? That's 4. Oh, that's awkward. I could put it here. Do we get the tail printing station? It's expensive. We had to get, whatever it's called. We need to get these growing first, maples, so that we could start harvesting the maple syrup. So that's what this whole expansion was for, by the way. Also, by the way, holding more water, also good, just in general, right? Love that for us. Right. I hate that. So do you like the idea of doing like a little community pool in the center here, chat, or no? Should I work on something else? I do like the idea of this canal having a little bit more purpose. What do you think? You love it? You like the Lido idea? Okay. Communal pool sounds sweet. I like the idea of doing that here. I don't know if I can fit 2 in. I think we can just put 1 in. Though I think it'll look better if it's surrounded by water. So let's do that. Let's do that. Let's use 15 bombs there. What's up, Mothic? Tails grew up. Oh, talus. Sorry, I'm like, that almost looks like an English word. Yeah, we're pretty close to needing to put a second community over here. It's pretty far. I like that we're doing like long-term stuff. Like what does a tapper do? Employs tappers who gather sap and syrup. Okay. Yeah, I might have to do that soon. Oh, I was supposed to blow that up. Whatever. We have one on that side. That's okay. If I need more farmland, I could do another double row here. Be kind of cute. Hey, this is off by some number. Let's not jump to any conclusions as to what it is and is not off by. All right. All right, chat. Ooh, ooh. Oh. Oh, makes everything so green. God, I love that. Okay. Wait. Wait. Oh no! It's fine. It's still cute. No, 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 no. Chat, we're okay. Chat. Come on. Look, it's still perfect. It's still perfect. Our little swimming plaza in the middle here, it's beautiful. The water on both sides is even. It's symmetrical. It's beautiful. Just a little downtown pool. We can add custom designs to tails. Yep. Yeah, we're literally working on that. I have the canal. Yes, sorry. You brought that up like 5 minutes after I just mentioned that being the plan. Great idea. I'll add that to the to-do list. There's the asset. We're ready. It's all ready. Okay, so now that this Lido is done, this Nito Lito. Wait. I'm also just realizing. This could also be, if we wanted to, this could also be another inland swimming pool. What do you think? More canals for the canal gods, chat? That could be 2 Lidos. Yes, please. Well, when you put it that way. I can do this path in sections. Look! Little swim bud. Wait, I should also think about if and where we'd want to put a wonder, if we want to do that. Look at them swimming, positively frolicking. So real. So real. What's the last cooked thing? Right, chestnuts, which I don't care about. Happiness of 19 is already so high. Oh, interesting, interesting. We are, in fact, draining power currently. This is a pretty big draw, though. I guess we're using that in the off-season, and then on the good season, we fill it. All right, my friends, just a heads up, some ads may run shortly, but don't you worry. You won't miss nothing. 21 happy. Oh my god. You have tacos. Taco stuffs supplied by my workplace, but there's no cheese. I'm a little bit jealous of your tacos, I'm gonna be honest. All right, how's our bomb situation doing? We have 27 bombs. Slightly sad tacos, but tacos nonetheless. I mean, you want to have tacos tonight? What if we're having tacos tomorrow, sweetie? We could. All right, Joe wants tacos now. Joe wants tacos for everybody. All right, we're getting tacos. Joe has spoken. Tacos for chat? Well, look. Oh, the ads have started. All right. Pause the game there. Does that mean I'm an influencer now? 100%. Chat does deserve tacos. That's true. That's true. You're eating pho? I had a lot of pho when I was sick last week. I think I had it twice in a week, which is a lot for me. Give me a second. I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. Hey, what's up, Seth? Thank you very, very much for using your Prime here. Thank you for the 16 months. Wonder how Canalmas is going for Chair. Chair's probably having a great time. Now I suddenly have to figure out where the best tacos in Victoria are. Why have you done this to me, chat? Where does one find the best tacos? Be the taco you want to see in this world. All right, real question. Back into the topic of Canalmas. Is a taco a canal? Huh? Standard Pizza has the best tacos? What? What? No, because it doesn't connect two bodies of water. I mean, go with me on this journey. I'm a body of water. And the thing that goes inside of a taco is a body of water. And then the canal bridges that gap. It is a device. It is a device that helps one body of water, me, get connected with another body of water. That's what I'm talking about. If you share the taco, Lady in the Tramp style. All right, now you're being weird. Just gonna put it out there right now, Ink Slayer. That's weird. That's weird. It's a little messed up. All right. Why were you also thinking that, Joe? Okay. This is going to potentially break some stuff. Or not. No, I'm going to do it the safe way. Break the road. Place the bombs. Do I have enough bombs for this? 20? Yes. Make it high priority. Nothing matters more than this. What classic Disney movie makes it weird? I don't know, just the idea of eating a canal Lady in the Tramp style, it makes me uncomfortable. That's all. I love when they show up with the bombs. Bomb 1, bomb 2. Nice. All right, now that under section should be filling with water. It is. Nice. And now I need 19 bombs. What is this? This is 4 times 6. 24 bombs. I have 19. We'll get it all ready. And there you go. That'll be the position of our second pool. Oh my god. You have Joe on your side, and that's what matters. It's true. Now, what is the problem here? No haulers in your district. Oh. Oh. Okay. Let's get those built first. Look, it's fine. It's fine. Like, we already have access to so much water. Speaking of so much water, how are we looking here? Great. One more day, we're laughing. Seven beavers are injured. It's a good thing I have 8 injured beaver beds. Am I right? All right. So the construction of the second inland Lido. In Canal, pardon me. In Canal Lido. Can we just take a second to appreciate these? Okay, maybe it's more of a sewer, but just this water system that we have going here. Really, the one thing that we could do that would have made it look a little bit better, and it's tough because we didn't have access to the resources, is if we made the water more prominently visible, right? Because currently we're building over all of the water, and I think it'd be a little bit more special if we were building along it, kind of like this side, you know? You're building Venice. I just need an old Italian beaver to sort of sail around inside of it and sing songs. Now here's a question. Can I fit double Lido in here? I think I might be able to. Yeah, I think if I do this, we're actually laughing. I think I can do this, and then we could actually squeeze. Yeah, look at that. Let's just pretend there's no fence in there, and it's like one big pool system. I think that makes it even more cool. An adult swim and a kid swim? Sure. I think I need to grow the beaver population again. Man. All right, I need to stop and stabilize is what I need to do. Because I'm just looking at, eventually I want to move into a second community. And in order to do that, I need to have a healthy excess amount of beavers, right? Hey, good news, everybody. The bad water is gone. Long live the bad water. You know what I'm realizing is we should probably have a secondary way. So far, all of the second story beavers, all of them have to come up and down from here. And I wonder if there's a way, like a slip route, you know? Maybe here next to the scarecrow? Do I want to cut into carrots? Not really. So we have a giant reservoir of water under our village. It's not giant, but yeah. Something like that. I feel like we should get a second way up here, though. I think, especially over on like this side. Yeah, I think the only option is to remove some farmer crop for it. That's fine. Let's get rid of that too. All right, just turn left at the scarecrow. You can't miss it. This town's becoming so cozy. All the good vibes. Thank you. Hey, look, we don't have any water. That's fine. I just need to wait for that little pocket of bad water to go. Requires deeper water to function. I can't believe they don't want to just go and get their ankles wet. This is... God. Beavers don't know how good they have it. Back in my day. Well, thankful if we had that much water. Yeah, I think this is going to help. I think this is going to help a little bit of beaver flow. I don't think we're having like beaver traffic jams or anything, but you know. All right, I think I want to keep our beaver population about where it is in this main town. I don't think we want to grow this at all. Hey, there we go. That. All right, now reminder, we want to slow this down a bit. Whatever. I think I'm just going to slam it. Whatever. Whatever. Traffic jam. What about log jam? That's real. Just wait for this to fill. A little bit of 190 there. Back in my day, we were grateful to splash our bellies in 2 inches of water. So true. Oh, I didn't make a path yet. There. Dance hall. Mud pit. Carousel requires 400 power. I mean, oh my god, it's so cute. Hold on. What? Y'all. I'm still annoyed with myself that some of my walkways don't line up with all of this. All right, has this water not started flowing in yet? Oh, there we go. Okay, it's slowly rising. You need a walkway on the new staircase area. Nice, thank you. Nice catch. There we go. So this should be at least 50% faster. My hope. So the Beaver Carousel, don't get me wrong, it looks really cute. My issue with it is I don't know how to make it look good, because I don't know if it looks good here. Does that look good enough? If I put it back one, it's a little bit tough. Hey, what's up, Vid? Good to see you, friend. Thank you very much for the 30 months. You just like that it exists? Yeah, that's fair. We could try building it up one. Can you drop it down by one level? No, I think if I build it up by one level, actually. And then... Wait. You think the entrance is above by one? Oh. Interesting. Let's test that. Is it? I'm trying to understand what I'm looking at with this model. Maybe you're right, yeah. Oh, you could build it on pier for aesthetics. So the pier is also really awkward. I could build it above this, which would be really funny. The base is solid wood and you actually get in on the other level. You know what? If that's the case, I think it's gonna go... I think it's gonna go here. Now, how well can I access this? Also, why hasn't all this bad water been flushed away yet? Oh, it's still filling. Wow, I can't believe how much water this area fills, or needs to fill now, in order for this dam to start flowing. Also, you're supposed to be 1.8. Why doesn't it not look like 1.8? There we go. That looked like it was higher than 80%, eh? Anyways, you know what? You know what? Actually, if we TNT this whole area and makes this floodgate look better too. Level 22 happy. Oh my god. Do I have enough excess power? Ooh, it's not great currently. I mean, something we could actually do down here, which would be kind of gigabrain, is we could replace. Oh, we flooding? Nice. Okay, that's fine. If I set this to 0.95, it actually helps. It helps save a little bit here. Yeah, something that could be kind of a fun late game project would be to replace some of these gears with windmills, like the whole way. Anyways, let's put down some bombs. Okay, is the water flowing yet? There we go. All right, and how is my stockpiling of metal going? We're up to 266. Okay, respectable. How are my gravity batteries doing? Are they charging? They are charging. Okay, yeah, that's really gonna help. Now that these are like super flowing again. Okay. So what I want is a staircase down to here. And then I think I want to destroy these three. Almost certainly. And then we can actually start construction on the carousel now. Oh, it is cute. Okay, it's really cute. And then what I want to do is I want to do another staircase down to here. And then, can't believe I missed this, y'all. Can't believe I missed this. How did I not have the foresight to put a T-junction there? Realistically, every single block I make should just be one of the squares. That's how we future-proof. And I'm pretty... We should be future-proofing everything, right? Oh, nice. I didn't realize that the batteries, the gravity batteries, could also charge during the night. Because there's no power drain. If wind is going at night, the batteries are charging. Love that. Does that thing have seat belts, or is it launching beavers into the river? Do you have a preference? Which do you want it to be? I'm suddenly realizing now I could probably clean this up a bunch by just doing some quasi connectivity, like destroy these, have a building come up and just like, bloop. That'd be kind of cool. Battery plus windmills is basically infinite free power, and I love it. Does water not count as free power for you? Curious. I mean, this whole game is technically free power. There's no coal power as far as I know in this game. How's it going, Triple? Good to see you, friend. Water is free, but not infinite. So some people do talk about having like water batteries. Oh, there it goes. Oh my God. All right. Yes, look at that. There. Wait, is that a safety bar? Okay, this is the cutest thing I've ever made in this game. Y'all. Having like water batteries that pump water and make it circulate in times where there isn't. Okay, so the next and most important thing that we need to do in this game is we need to make this bridge. Are my maple trees grown yet? No. These trees are. Okay, so how do I construct this? Is an interesting question. So it looks like can I make a path along the top of this? Oh, sure can't, good buddy. Okay, so I'm gonna have to make the most incredible amount of metal platform 5x5, metal platform 3x3. I need a 5x5 platform. 2,000 science. Right, hold on. I just realized I could also be making better science. This observatory. Needs pine resin. Okay, we're not there yet. So. Do we just use platforms? Like, what is this built on? Suspension bridge. I can't build the observatory because I don't have pine resin yet. And I'm hoping that pine resin isn't actually pine resin, it's just tree resin from maple. Start by blasting the exit point. Well, the same thing I need to do on one side, I need to do on the other, which is I need to bridge across either way, right? And what I'm trying to see is if I can bridge across using the same material that'll serve as the foundation. I don't know how this works. That's my issue. Just want to make sure I have the height right too. Above the water. 6 above the water. Like there. It only comes from pine trees. Unfortunately, they grow pretty fast. You don't need many. Crap. How long do these take to grow? Pine trees take 12, only 7 days for resin. Okay. And these are 12, so at the 50% point. All right. Okay, so we're going to need to solve a couple of things. There are metal bridges now. Yes, I'm looking at that too. So let's talk about some constraints. Constraint number 1, I only have 5,000 science. So I can't just grab everything. The suspension bridges look like it's for walking. There's the overhangs. Shandara, thank you for the 44. Number 2, in water movement, we now have access to the impermeable floor, which also takes metal. So I've never built these with these before. So what I'm hoping, oh, train block, interesting. What I'm hoping is that I can build a metal bridge somehow. I don't know. Also, does the 6x1 look good? Who in chat has built with metal bridges before? Show of hands. Has anybody actually solved this problem? Because I want to run some hypothetical questions by you, so I'm not just learning in the dark. You have Inkslayer? Okay, sick. Okay, paint. So, the metal bridge, right? The metal bridge looks like this, right? We have these parts in game. And what we're going to do is we're probably going to build 2 sections so they kind of look like this, right? And bridge across, and then, you know, whatever. We want to do that. So question the first I have is, what does it sit on? Can I just do wooden stuff? Is there any restriction as to what the pillar of it is built out of? Because I didn't notice a metal pillar underneath it. So that's my first question. What is this? It can sit on platforms as far as I know. No restrictions other than if it looks good. Okay. Number 2 question. So let's do the overhead view of this. The overhead view of this is like, let's say that this is the metal foundation, right? And then we want to build the little platforms, which are presumably 1x1s. Can they floating attach into the side so that we get a structure that looks, you know, kind of like this? Or does it have to be solid underneath? Do I, like, if I want to fill in, or do I also have to put stuff underneath to support it? If that makes sense. Which 1x1 tile are you talking about? Under the aquatic, there's something called the impermeable floor. A floor panel that stops water from leaking through it. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to build the bridge sections like this, like a big wall on the outer side, and then put a wall on top of it. So kind of like they have there with stone, have the metal arch with levees on the edges. And then in between, where they have these natural overhangs, I wanted to use the 1x1 block there, which is called the impermeable floor. Does that work? If you want that shape, you want overhangs. You put floor on top of the platforms. Oh, interesting. So if I wanted that to work, what I would do is I would do like overhang, overhang. That's a great overhang. Overhang, over. Let's say if I wanted it 3 wide, overhang, overhang, overhang. And then this side would be levees to act as walls. And then this side would be the floor. And then my bad water would sort of flow in between, kind of like that. So what I have to do, what it looks like what I have to do is I have to do overhang. What I want to do is overhang, floor, 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 overhang. And what you're telling me I probably have to do is 5 layers of overhangs and then do wall, floor, 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 wall on the inside of it. Is that correct? Yes, that seems reasonable. Okay. It's a shame that I can't have those floating, but it also makes sense because how do things float? Okay, cool. So now we need to do some math for spanning. The fact that one of these is shorter than the other is extremely frustrating because it means I'm going to have to unlock 2 sizes. 2 different sizes. So let's do the 5 and the 4. That's going to be 2,800. Okay, now, what is the easiest way for me to work on this? Oh my God, Joe brought me coffee. I'm so in live. What's the reason for 3 wide? You could do, my assumption is because this is a 3x3 and this is 3 wide. If I made it 2 wide, there's a chance for flooding. I don't have any particular reason to make it wider. Like, the water wheel power is kind of cute, but I don't think it's a big enough deal to spend more materials on making the bridge. Okay. So when I built with overhangs last, it didn't require the floor tile on it to do what you want. Oh, that's interesting. Now, what does that floor tile do? Oh my goodness, sorry, my nose. You know, let's do a test here. Let's do a test. Let's grab one of these and just see what happens. Impermeable floor. All right, first things first, I need to make a way-ish down. So in order to do that, let's get some bomb going. During the beta of this, they were watertight, but that might have changed. I mean, it's under landscaping, and it has a picture of water above it. So who knows? So what I want to do here is I want to take advantage of the fact that we can infinitely build down by making ourselves a set of scaffolding that's going to go completely across this whole side and give us some height. Yo, that carousel fun. 2 people are injured and we got a carousel. That's just a coincidence. Joe from the other room just let out a big chuckle. Ah, got her. You know what we don't have enough of? We don't have enough rooftop happiness. I've got a solution for that. Give me a second. Whilst we build other things. Let's get another rooftop happy space going here. And then what do we have there? We have a lamp and a beaver statue. There we go. Let that light shine on. Okay, so we got that. So we can do this now. We do this. Oh, where did you go? And then I want this platform here. And we're just really going to take advantage of beaver build height, right? Love this for us. So we know that the water is going to be traveling at that height, which is 2 steps up. I just got back. Is it Sky Canal time? Oh, you know it. Actually, we could do another little... Once we've finished this, we're going to do another little test for there. But we'll see. We'll hold. Hold for now. Hold for now. This is going so well, by the way. Really happy about this. Just everything coming together, right? Like our power is looking good. Our food is looking good. We haven't had to do any districts, but we could. We could if we wanted to. Like we could set up a district over here. And that would honestly probably make this way more efficient. Like I could set up a district over here that's just wood stuff, right? Like we stop at the yellow there, which is basically right here. We set up a new district line, and then all they do is export logs. Speaking of just exporting logs, what are you doing here? Supply. I guess it's because the haulers are... Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're working on the... We're getting close to the Sky Canal. I wouldn't say we're necessarily working on it yet, but, you know, we're thinking about it. We're thinking about it. We should have builders, we should have scientists, everybody should be big cooking right now. Let's watch it get constructed. Nice try, kits. Nice try. You know what? We tried, and that's what matters. You put a themed mining district up in that corner. Wood, engine, planks, gears, treated, mine, smelter. Yeah. Yeah. Because there's that one, and then there's also that one. But I just feel like it's going to take me so long to make it get through all this metal. I don't need to worry about it. Ooh. Those ruins have trees on them. Very pretty. You did get a good chortle out of Joe, kits. I just want you to know that. Speaking of coffee, Joe did bring me a coffee. I guess the only issue with the current layout of this sky bridge is... Oh, there we go. I was going to say, I don't know how many beavers can simultaneously be working on this project right now. Because I have, in theory, we should have quite a few beavers that could be doing construction simultaneously, and yet... Oh, chat, what if I extended the power bridge this whole way? Is that too greedy? Maybe a little? Ooh, they could end up walking in the bad water though, which is bad. Okay, never mind. Nope. Not until the bad water is dealt with. Another thing, friends, once the bad water is dealt with, we can take this dam and we can move it, right? We just count the blocks. We move it somewhere outrageous, right? Like, no, not there. It has to be, it could be here, but that kills these water wheels. That's fine. That's fine, maybe? God, can you imagine if we walled off here and just let all of that hold water? Oh, that's so much water. What we'd end up having to do is like gut and rebuild this entire industrial thing, which is maybe fine. It's not great currently. Tempting. Tempting. I've never really done like a late game mega build in this game before. I'm going to be honest, my only ambition is really to finish the Sky Canal and get the tail stamps. Speaking of tail stamps, can we do anything here yet? Soon. Very soon. Lumber mill, paper mill, printing press, tapper's shack. And then where does resin go? No, is resin a liquid? Biofuel, catalyst, extract maple syrup. I mean, ask and you'll find out, I guess. All right, you know what? This is going to become a district. This has to become a district now. How many people live in this district? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like 3 houses. All right, you will get carrots and potatoes. No, baked potatoes, please. Baked potatoes. Let's get you some carrots. This will be the homes. And we want to way up top, and then you'll get a campfire. District to go right there. And we walk up top, and we're going to give you a rooftop garden. Rooftop garden overlooking the canal. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh my goodness, they could actually play in here too. No, it's not quite big enough. Look how happy everyone's gonna be. Okay, I need to wait for all this to get built, and then we need to put the gate in there. And this is just going to make this whole area way happier. And then I'm going to have to do a little bit of fiddly-biddly. The first time I used districts after the update, I completely forgot to add storage for food in the area. Never made that mistake again? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, speaking of which... I need to make a water pump here so they don't die. Speaking of things that we shouldn't forget, I'm just trying to think of a cute way to do a water pump, considering I walled off all access to water here. It shouldn't be challenging. I mean, I could just put it here. This is funny. Nope. Just drink out of the canal. All right, let's just make sure we have enough jobs here, right? So we have 1 job, 2, 3, 4. We got room for 9 beavers to live here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then there's going to be a pine person, 6. I could demo this? Yes, I could. Am I going to? I thought about it. I think that's pretty low on my to-do list currently. Just going to be honest. Gonna throw that one out there. Seems like a lot of work currently. Oh, I also need a couple of people to work the border crossing. This immediately filled with potatoes and grilled potatoes. Wow. We had so much excess supply, it was just sitting there waiting to be harvested. That's kind of cool. And some porters, yeah. You know what? If I've got that much excess going on, let's throw one more warehouse in here. And let's get some bread. So these should be popping. Wait. Oh, I still need to wait the full 28 days for the trees to mature. And then 12 days after that is when I get maple syrup? Bro. Bro. That is not what I imagined. All right, hey, look at this. This is almost done. Very cool. So here is my concern. I think I might have to wait until a drought. Because I think the only way I can get close enough to build on that, or not necessarily, hold on, I could build up. So how far can they reach? They can reach diagonally and they can reach up. And they can build down. So if I build on top of that somehow. Okay, I cannot build on that. I can build in it. I can build in it? Inside it? I could start, well, one of the things that I want to test, I really want to, you see how there's that one block missing? How do I, whatever the water visibility is? There's one block missing. I want to test building it in that to see if it can free flow or not. Well, so far it doesn't look like it can because I can't even build on top of it. All right, I think that answers that. You can demolish the barriers and replace it with levees. Oh, I can do that, can't I? Clever. Very clever. All right, what was the second thing I was working on was over here. As soon as this water pump gets built is when we're going to start the district. So let's build that right now. Oh, right. And that also means I have to build the district center here. You know what? Let's build it off to the side. We got a little bit more room for growth there. Do I have to put 30 and 15 onto each side or no? No. Okay, thank goodness. Build the canal down from a level. Maybe. We'll see. Where am I? One project at a time here. This almost being built is also kind of hype. So the first thing I wanted to do was I wanted to TNT that side so that when the water did flow, it would leave. I think that's a big change we have to make, right? Okay, so this has been built. Amazing. Okay, I'm not too worried about this side. Let's go over here now to the district side. If you've never done this before, what this does, what this district crossing does, is it turns this into 2 towns. So we click on town number 1, we have a population of 103. This is all the stuff that we have in storage. When I click on town number 2, no population, and this is all that we have in storage. Is we have 590 food set aside, we have some logs, and we have some water set up. So the first thing that we need to do is we see we're missing 9 jobs right now. Is we need to move 9 beavers into this community. It is 9. 9 is fine. So what we do is we go into, I don't remember where that is. Here it is. So what we want is we want there to be a minimum of, we want a minimum population here of 9 adult beavers at all times. And what's going to happen is we don't have to worry about like births sustaining here at all times. The District 1 should move the population over, and the excess houses on that side will take care of everything. The next thing we need to do is we need to set up logistics. So what we want is, oh, there we go. We want to be importing bread. We want to be importing carrots. We want to be importing this. And then what we want to do is we want to be exporting. Don't really need to worry about these. We want to be exporting these goods. Import if needed, import if needed. Great. I mean, I guess it says always import. No, we don't need to worry about it too much. Sure, whatever. So we're bringing all those in, and then what we want to be doing is we want to be exporting our wood, and I think we are. Do not export any goods. Oh, here we go. So what we want to say is export threshold. We're willing to export, let's say willing to export 75% of this. And then eventually when we start making stuff like resin, which is somewhere, where's the tree resin? There you go. This resin, get out. And then the pine resin, wherever that is. And so this exists basically as a resource creation center. Import always basically means keep it stocked up. Yeah, I think it's important to keep the food high, and I think it'll only import it if we have storage for it too. Now, I can see pine resin. Now, where's the other one? Where's the maple resin? What category is that under? Oh, there it is. There you go. Export the maple syrup and the pine resin. Speaking of which, how do I tap pine trees? Oh, we'll tap both. Great. And on this side, we want to export, when we eventually get it, we want to export the pine resin too. That's not a solid, is it? Oh, whatever. We'll figure that out later. All right. Maple is vats. That's all good. All right. I want to call it here though, friends, because we've been going for about 5 hours. I want to take more of a chill day today. And then also because I want to leave a good sized project for the next stream, which will be tomorrow's stream, which is going to be the Sky Bridge and sort of the growing of all of this stuff. No haulers in this district. Maybe I have to grow the population slightly more. All right. I might have to move 6 more beavers over to have a little bit of haulers in here because they're complaining. So let's get a couple of haulers and some other stuff, but that's all fine. This is all stuff to do for tomorrow, but I think it's a good point to end, right? The creation of a second district, the construction of the sky bridge, and the upcoming infloodification of everything. Hey friends, flowing waters. Hey friends, thanks for being here. Means a lot. Happy day 2 of Canalmas to all of you who celebrate, which I'm assuming is all of you. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for the subs and the bits. A lot of Twitch Prime today. Really, really, really appreciate that. Thank you for the good vibes. And thank you for the company. Yeah, tomorrow, 8 a.m. Pacific, we are back with more. Day 3 of Canalmas will be continuing then. All right, let's go raid somebody. I want to raid Kinetic Ghost. He is streaming some Satisfactory, one of my top playthroughs of the year. Kinetic is great. Just a heads up, we tend to be very family friendly. I'm pretty sure he's pretty good, but he probably swears every now and then because very few people make the effort to not swear at all. So be aware you might hear some bad words, but go make a new friend. Thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. I really do appreciate it. Give a follow if you're new. I'd love to see you next time. And until tomorrow, bye-bye.